Monsieur Guidira, vous m'entendez?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the launch of this timely workshop on the crucial topic of the carbon balance of the olive sector as part of the solution against the climate change. Not only we are meeting at our headquarters in Madrid, but we have also more than 300 participants following virtually from all over the world. This event will run from today until Thursday. The official language will be English. You will have the possibility to listen to the interpretation into French and Spanish. The floor to the Executive Director of the International Olive Council, Mr. Abdelatif Guedira.
Secretary General of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food of Spain, Mr. Pierre Basco, Director of the EU DG Agri, you're also welcome online. International organizations. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation to share our knowledge and join the debate on the olive sector's essential contribution to the fight. Climate neutrality by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we cannot deny that agriculture and livestock farming as a whole are considered to be part of the problem, accounting for 13% of greenhouse gas emissions. On the other hand, the sixth and latest assessment report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change identifies agriculture's capacities to capture CO2 as one of the most effective strategies to achieve the neutrality. The International Olive Council is certain that the olive grove is part of the solution. We maintain that current scientific knowledge is sufficient to demonstrate that it is an ecosystem capable of capturing CO2 from the atmosphere in the soil in an effective and stable way over the long term. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2015 International Agreement on Olive Oil and Table Olives gave the IOC the mission of becoming the forum of excellence for the international olive oil scientific community. Amongst its key objectives is to focus on aspects related to the interaction between olive growing and the environment. The IOC has since adopted a number of measures and carried out numerous activities to ensure the integrated and sustainable development of the olive sector, particularly in the areas of environmental conservation and sustainable production. The IOC, which represents almost 96% of the world's olive oil producing and exporting countries, have given priority in the organization's activities to the current and future role of olive growing in the face of climate change. Over the course of 3-day workshop, a number of key issues will be addressed, such as if there is sufficient scientific consensus for assessing the carbon balance of olive groves, can a calculation methodology and algorithm be adopted? Should we set up a specific system for calculating, verifying, and generating carbon credit in the olive sector? And what role will the IOC play
Deberíamos establecer un sistema específico para calcular, verificar y generar créditos de carbono en el sector olivarero y ¿Qué papel va a desempeñar el COI
We are
en el
also
futuro
counting
en el
on this
mercado
workshop
del
to
crédito?
encourage the international community to recognize that the olive grove is an ecosystem that is part of the solution to climate change. And we want to raise
Contamos con que
awareness
este taller
of the
aliente
olive
a la
tree's
comunidad
natural
internacional
ability
para
to
que
capture CO2 from the
reconozca que el
atmosphere
olivar
in
es
the
un
summer, in
ecosistema que es parte de la
addition
solución
of its
del cambio
recognized
climático
health
y que
benefits.
queremos aumentar la
Consuming
conciencia
olive
sobre la
oil
capacidad
for our
natural del
health
olivo
and
de
environment
capturar
will be our
CO2 de la
message for the
atmósfera
future.
en el
The
suelo,
message is
aparte
lies
de sus
at the head of the
innegables
communication
beneficios
strategy
de salud.
for a product
Consumir
that
el
currently
aceite de oliva
accounts
para
for just
nuestra salud
2%
y medio
of
ambiente
the
será nuestro
edible
mensaje
oils.
para el futuro.
Your
Un mensaje que
recommendations,
se
ladies
sitúa
and
en el
gentlemen, will
corazón
be
de nuestra
a great
estrategia de
interest for us
comunicación
and for
para
our
un
member
producto que
councils
actualmente ocupa solo un 2% de
as
los aceites
we
comestibles.
prepare a new
Sus recomendaciones,
strategy,
señoras y señores, serán de gran
new
interés para
strategic direction
nosotros
of the IOC.
cuando preparamos las nuevas
I would
orientaciones
like to
estratégicas
thank
del
you
COI.
once again for your participation and congratulate the team at the Executive Secretariat for the excellent
Quisiera también
organization
darle
of
las
this
gracias por
event. I
su
also wish to
participación y
congratulate
felicitar
Mr. Jaime
al
Leo, who
equipo
will be
de
presenting the
Secretaría
details of
Ejecutiva
this timely
por la
workshop
excelente
on his
organización
work and
de
wishing every
este
success
acto.
on his new
También
role
quisiera
as
felicitar
Executive
a mi amigo
Director
el
of the
señor Jaime
IOC from
Lillo,
the 1st of
que
January
presentará los detalles
2024. Thank you so
de
much.
este taller que se celebra en un momento tan adecuado sobre su trabajo y le deseo todo el éxito en su nuevo papel de
Thank
director
you, Mr.
ejecutivo
Guedira.
del COI a partir del 1 de
Now I
enero
will
de
give the floor to the
2024.
Director for Sustainability and Income Support of DG Agriculture and Rural
Thank you,
Development
Mr. Guedira.
of the European
Muchas
Commission,
gracias, señor Guedira.
Mr. Pierre Bascu, who
Ahora
is
le doy la
following the
palabra
meeting
al
virtually.
director de
Mr. Bascu, you have the
sostenibilidad
floor.
y de apoyo a
Thank
la
you very
renta
much.
de
I
la
hope that you can see
Dirección
me,
General de
but
Agricultura
maybe more importantly that you can hear me.
de la Comisión
Can you
Europea, el
confirm?
señor Bascu, Pierre Bascu. Está conectado online. Le
Can
damos
you
la palabra,
confirm that you
señor
can
Bascu.
see me and hear me? Can you confirm? Can you confirm that you can see me and hear me? Can you confirm that you can see me and hear me?
Michael.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you confirm that you can see me and hear me?
Michael, you have to open the micro, Pierre.
Because my micro is open.
No, it's at his level. Or perhaps you have to authorize. You have to open the micro, Pierre.
Because my micro is open.
Well, it's at his level. I don't know. Or perhaps you have to authorize.
Because my micro is open.
We can.
Well, I don't.
Because my micro is open.
We can.
Can you hear me?
They will check. They are checking. Perhaps you have to give authorization to Pierre Basco. They are checking. Yes, we have to give him authorization. Perhaps we have to give authorization to Pierre Basco.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we have to give him authorization. You have. So.
Can you hear me?
No, well, can you speak, Pierre?
Yes, I
Yes,
can.
very
Yes.
nice, but you don't hear. So my idea, Pierre, if you permit me, let Pierre start with. Yes, very nice. With Mr. Miranda waiting. So my idea, Pierre, team to resolve this problem.
Bueno,
Okay?
Pierre,
We switch. Thank you.
propongo que empecemos
Okay, so sorry for this issue.
vayamos
I will give the
solucionando
floor to
el
the
tema
Secretary General
técnico.
for Agriculture and
Pasamos
Food
entonces al
at the
siguiente
Ministry
orador,
of
si le
Agriculture,
parece.
Livestock and
Muy bien.
Fisheries of the Kingdom of Spain,
Disculpen
Mr.
este
Fernando
problema
Miranda.
técnico. Le voy a dar la palabra
Thank you. Good
al
morning, everyone.
secretario
Thank you for
general,
inviting the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and
el
Food
señor
to
Fernando Miranda. Adelante.
participate in this interesting workshop.
Muchas gracias. Gracias
Greetings
a
on
todos.
behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, Luis
Gracias
Planas,
por invitar
the
al
Director
Ministerio de
of the
Agricultura
Agreement of the
para
Minister with
participar en
the
este taller tan
olive
importante.
sector and
Saludos
with
de
the
parte
IOC
del señor
role
Planas, el
and so
ministro.
on. especially in this moment where the situation in
¿Saben
Spain
ustedes
is
cuál es el compromiso que tiene el Ministerio con el sector oleícola, con el COI, etcétera? Sobre todo en este momento en el que la situación es tan complicada. También saludos y buenos días, señor Bedira, y enhorabuena por el trabajo que han hecho estos últimos años. Estamos muy agradecidos en nombre del Ministerio de Agricultura por el trabajo realizado por ustedes, y también bienvenidos al señor Gemelillo, que va a trabajar con nosotros a la cabeza del COI en los próximos años. Tenemos mucho que hacer en este sector. Y aparte de eso, también saludos a Pierre Bascu. Tenemos excelente relación con la Comisión. Pierre es uno de nuestros interlocutores con España en este diálogo. Saben ustedes que el olivar en España es más que un producto. El olivar cubre 2,7 millones de hectáreas en España, pero hay algunos ámbitos, sobre todo en Andalucía, en el sur, donde es el uso predominante del suelo y es la base del modelo basado en el vino, el cereal, como digo, la aceituna. Áreas que van de La Mancha hasta Cataluña, todas las regiones de España.
Orchards gather all possible models of production.
Todo tipo de producción, desde la manera más tradicional hasta la más moderna, en cuanto al sistema de transformación, desde los más antiguos hasta los más modernos. Ocupamos la mayor superficie, como digo, en España, y España es muestra de una serie de toda una panoplia de sistemas de explotación. La sostenibilidad es uno de los elementos principales. Los olivares reúnen una serie de factores que contribuyen a la mitigación del cambio climático. Por ejemplo, olivar ecológico ha aumentado en un 34% desde el 2017 hasta más de 260.000 hectáreas, y esperamos que esa cifra aumente en el futuro. Pretendemos llegar a un 25% de la superficie ecológica hasta el 2030. El sector del olivar en España está mejorando la situación en las últimas décadas. Por supuesto, con las nuevas medidas de la PAC, estamos cambiando nuestras prácticas en la agricultura, sobre todo en el olivar. Y nuestro objetivo es evitar la erosión del suelo. España tiene la tasa más alta de erosión del suelo en la Unión Europea. También queremos aumentar el contenido de carbono de los suelos, que son los españoles en concreto son los de menor cantidad de carbono, y luego también, por supuesto, mejorar la salud de los suelos. En general, estamos preparando el sector para obtener el máximo beneficio del sistema de créditos de carbono, y aquí llego a la propuesta de la Comisión sobre el marco legal. El próximo Consejo de la Unión Europea, que va a presidir España, seguro la semana que viene, vamos a hablar de la situación de la propuesta de la Comisión. Durante nuestra presidencia probablemente celebraremos un acuerdo entre los colegisladores, el Consejo y el Parlamento, para que el nuevo reglamento entre en vigor en el año 2024. De esta manera, el sector agrícola tendrá una oportunidad de aumentar las rentas gracias a los créditos de carbono, pero el camino todavía es largo y les complicado. Primero necesitamos un programa, un régimen de créditos de carbono aprobado por la Comisión. Esto vale no solamente para los olivares, también para todo el sistema agrícola. Con este fin, el Ministerio de Agricultura está trabajando con nuestros centros regionales de investigación para crear crear ese
specialization
sistema
of
que nos va a
the
permitir
IOC in the Mediterranean Basin can help us
certificar
to
este
establish this kind
sistema
of model of
dentro de
certification of carbon removal
todos los
in
productos
olive
y
groves.
también el olivar. Y aquí
If we
menciona el
succeed, we
COI,
will recognize the real contribution of the sector to mitigate the impact of climate change.
precisamente el
I
papel del
don't
COI puede
want to
ser
close
fundamental a la hora de
my
establecer
words without
ese
mentioning
sistema de
the
certificación.
difficult
Así vamos a
situation
reconocer
that the
la
olive oil
contribución
sector
real
is
del
facing
sector
because of
en la
the
lucha
drought in
contra
Spain.
el
More than
impacto
2
del cambio
years in a row,
climático.
and in
Y
some
quiero
places
mencionar
more than
también
that, Spain is
la
undergoing
situación
the
difícil
severe
que el
consequences of
sector
an intense
olivarero sufre por la
Only a
sequía.
few days ago, the ministry
Más de 2
published the
años
production
de
forecast for the
sequía
next
y en
season
algunos
with
sitios más aún. Y España
34%
sufre
reduction
las
in comparison with
gravísimas
the last 4
consecuencias.
years.
Hace unos
Once
días,
again,
el Ministerio
taking into
publicó las
account the
previsiones
stocks
de
and at the end of the
producción,
season,
34%
availabilities will be sure to match the
menos
demand.
producción respecto
This
a
is once
las
more a clear
campañas
consequence of
anteriores,
climate
teniendo
change.
en cuenta
To face this
los
huge
stocks al
challenge,
final
we, together
de
with the sector,
estación,
must promote
probablemente
adaptation measures
habrá un
and, at
problema
the same time,
con la disponibilidad y la
agricultural
demanda.
practices
Es una
like carbon
consecuencia del
farming,
cambio
supporting
climático y para
farmers to
enfrentarnos
face the
a este
change,
enorme reto,
not
nosotros
only
con
by
el
means of
sector
income
tenemos
support
que
through the common
buscar
agricultural
aplicar
policy,
medidas y, por
but also
ejemplo,
by providing
apoyar
the
las
knowledge and
prácticas en
access to
cuanto al
technology
apoyo
to
a los
adapt new
agricultores,
practices.
no
I
solamente
hope
a
that
través del
thanks to
apoyo a la
our joint
renta, a
work with the
través de
help
la
of
política
the
agrícola
IOC,
común,
we can
sino
succeed in
también
this. Thank you for your
mejorando el
attention.
conocimiento y el acceso a la tecnología para acceder a las nuevas prácticas. Espero que con la ayuda del COI podamos salir exitosos. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Miranda. Finally, to close this official opening speech, I'm honored to give the floor again to
Thank you,
the
Mr.
Director
Miranda.
of Sustainability
Gracias, señor
and
Miranda.
Income Support of DG Agriculture
Y ahora,
and
para
Rural
cerrar
Development at the
esta
European Commission,
ronda de discursos
Mr. Pierre Bascu.
inaugurales,
Pierre
le
Bascu,
doy la palabra
you have the
al
floor.
director
Thank you very
de
much. Can you hear
sostenibilidad,
me?
al
Yes,
señor
thank you. Thank
Fantastic.
you very
Pierre
much.
Bascu
See
de la
me and
Comisión
hear me, this
Europea.
is great.
Tiene la palabra.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to
Yes, thank you.
participate
Thank you very
in
much.
this event on carbon balance of the olive oil sector. But first of all, I would like to say hello, I think, to all of you, Mr. Gedira, Mr. Miranda, Mr. Leo, and all distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to, ladies and gentlemen, to say hello once again. It's a real pleasure for me to participate in this event. Leo, as you know, the distinguished European Union's collaboration with the International Olive Council is a real pleasure for me to participate in this climate change mitigation. As you know, the European Union's collaboration with the International Olive Council has decades of history is important. And climate change in this respect, I want to thank the many executive secretariats of the IOC on which this collaboration with the many EU-funded projects. And in this respect, I want to thank to operate secretariat platform to present support and a forum to many discuss EU-funded projects related to olive production. As Mr. Miranda mentioned, I think the EU is the leading producer of olive oil in the world. And for this, the EU is very much aware. As Mr. Miranda mentioned, I think the EU is the leading producer of olive oil in the world. In Southern Europe, where EU is very much aware of negative challenges for the farming sector, agricultural olive trees in particular, happen in Southern Europe, where climatic events, many approaches have been taken. The farming sector, I think, this olive trees in particular, and carbon sequestration plays. So many approaches have been taken to tackle, I think, this challenge of climate change, be climate neutral by 2050. That means an economy with net zero greenhouse gas emissions. The EU and this objective of climate neutrality by 2050. That means European economy with net zero greenhouse gas emission line, and this objective of climate neutrality, global climate action at the heart under the European Green Deal. This objective of climate neutrality by 2050, the EU's commitment is enshrined global climate action, climate law under the Paris Agreement. And under that law, this objective of climate neutrality by reduce its net greenhouse gas emission in the EU by at least and under that law, 55% by 2030 is committed.
Ahora
and
nos
this,
llega el
what we
sonido a
call
las
the Fit for
carreteras.
55 package of
La
legislation
Comisión
is meant to make
está
all
comprometida
sectors of EU
a reducir las
economy
emisiones
fit to meet this
en un
target.
25%.
And
Es
this
lo que
Fit for
nosotros llamamos
55
el
package of
paquete Fit for
legislation
55,
sets the EU
lo cual
on what we
pretende
call
que
a
todos los
path to
sectores
reach its
de
climate targets
la economía de la Unión Europea estén preparados. Este Fit for 55 establece los objetivos en el camino hacia el logro de los objetivos climáticos de manera competitiva y eficiente, convirtiendo el reto del cambio climático en una oportunidad de crecimiento, pero un crecimiento distinto. Y por eso está ahí la necesidad de aumentar significativamente la capacidad de hacer de sumidero de carbono, sobre todo teniendo en cuenta la agricultura. Ya sabemos cuáles son las reglas de la biología y siempre tendremos una emisión residual de la agricultura, pero es muy importante aumentar significativamente nuestro papel de sumidero de carbono. Y este objetivo de eliminar o reducir las emisiones de carbono busca precisamente lograr la neutralidad del carbono. Por eso, ahí está nuestro reglamento del uso del suelo, que llamamos el LULUCF. El LULUCF, por primera vez, define un objetivo claro para la Unión Europea como sumidero, 310 millones de toneladas equivalentes. Y este reglamento revisado LULUCF exige de los países miembros tomar una serie de medidas. El sector de la agricultura puede hacer una aportación muy importante a la hora de eliminar y capturar el carbono en biomasa y en el suelo a través de una mejor gestión de actividades de gestión de suelo. No se trata solamente de reducir y capturar carbono, sino también de buscar biodiversidad y otros objetivos. Y el carbono orgánico del suelo desempeña un papel muy importante aquí. De hecho, el señor Miranda ha hecho una referencia a este hecho. Esto mejora también la fertilidad del suelo y aumenta la capacidad de retención del agua del suelo. Con este fin, la Comisión Europea adoptó en el 2021, a finales, una comunicación de lo que llamamos el ciclo de carbono sostenible. Una comunicación seguida por una propuesta de un marco regulador que será adoptado por la Comisión a finales de noviembre del 2022 y que ahora se está debatiendo a nivel del Consejo y a nivel del Parlamento Europeo. La intención es conseguir un marco voluntario a nivel de Unión Europea que certifique de manera fiable la eliminación de carbono. Y la certificación de eliminación de carbono es muy importante para el sector silvícola y agrícola. Es el primer paso para capacitar para que esta nueva agricultura se convierta en una nueva fuente de ingreso para los agricultores. Así que el desarrollo de un mercado voluntario de eliminación de carbono que va a incentivar a los actores de este sector a secuestrar carbono en la biomasa, apoyando acciones, etcétera, va a ser muy importante. De esto oirán hablar mucho más en el futuro en esta conferencia, además. En cuanto a la PAC, la Unión Europea, los Estados miembros, han tomado decisiones dentro de sus planes estratégicos nacionales y ahora nosotros estamos viendo cómo apoyar a los agricultores y enfrentarnos a una serie de retos de la comunidad agrícola. Hay una serie de acciones de apoyo, como pagos directos, apoyos a la inversión para el almacenamiento de carbono, que están disponibles en este marco. 35% del área total agrícola de la Unión Europea, que son
contributing to
como
carbon sequestration, so storing
55 millones de
carbon in
hectáreas,
the
se
soil and in the
verán
biomass, and this ranges from
con
very high
apoyo de la
percentage,
PAC,
covering almost,
con
I think, the whole
intervenciones que
area, for instance, of
contribuyen a
Luxembourg,
secuestro
to
de carbono,
6% in Malta, but
captura
overall, it is
de
a very
carbono del
significant
suelo
effort, I
y en
think,
la
from the
biomasa.
CAP to incentivize farmers, I think, to move. So
Estamos
since
hablando de un área
35%
muy
of the total area
importante,
will be concerned.
como la
And it does
superficie de
show the extent
Luxemburgo.
to
Es un
which
esfuerzo
the
muy,
CAP
muy
strategic plan will
significativo
contribute
y esto
to
va a
this
incentivar
climate ambition
a
in terms of
los
fighting climate change
agricultores,
and also
ya que una gran
providing a lot of
superficie se va a ver
synergy between these
cubierta.
efforts to combat the impact
Y
of
esto va a
climate change
contribuir
and
a
also
esta
synergies that
ambición
with the
del
development of
clima, también
sustainable
dando
agricultural production
las
practices
sinergias
on the ground.
a estos
Because it is
esfuerzos
clear that
para luchar
agriculture
contra el
has an
impacto del
important
cambio
role in the
climático y también
decarbonization,
sinergias
and it can be part, I
para
think, of the
la
solution
producción o
with
para la
carbon
mejora de las
sequestration
prácticas
and the
agrícolas.
development
Y está
of a
claro que la
bio-based economy.
agricultura tiene un papel muy
In
importante
this
en la
context, I think the leading
descarbonización
role of the
y puede
EU
formar
on
parte
research and
de la
innovation will
solución
be a key element
con la captura
in
de
supporting the
carbono y el
transformation for
desarrollo
a
de una
sustainable and resilient agriculture in Europe
economía con biobase.
under what we call Horizon
Por
Europe,
eso,
which is
la investigación y el
the
desarrollo
research
van a
and
desempeñar
innovation
un papel
framework
muy
program.
importante
The EU is investing a substantial
a la hora de
9
desarrollar
billion
una
euros on
agricultura
agriculture, food,
positiva en
bioeconomy
Europa.
and
Y
natural
aquí
resources.
desempeña un papel
And
muy
only for the
importante
first 3
Horizonte,
years of this program,
9.000
we have
millones de
already
euros
programmed more than
dedicados a
1.3
agricultura,
billion euros
alimentos,
only for
bioeconomía y
agriculture
recursos
and
naturales.
for the forestry sector.
Y
And
solamente en los 3
mitigation
primeros años de
and
este programa
adaptation to
hemos
climate change
programado más de
are key elements in these
1,300
programs, and the
millones
share of funding
para la
for
agricultura
agricultural
y
research
para
and
la
innovation dedicated to the
mitigación
specific
y
issue
adaptación
of
al cambio
mitigation of
climático
climate
son
change and
elementos
adaptation
clave
to
en este
climate change,
programa.
has increased very significantly over the past few years.
E
Because
investigación y
clearly
desarrollo
this will be the
dedicado
challenge
a la
number one for
mitigación
our
del cambio
farming
climático
sector
y a la
in
adaptación al
the
cambio
EU.
climático.
And research and innovation on climate change mitigation and adaptation also benefits
Esto va a
from
ser el
what we
reto
call
número
the
1 para nuestro
mission
sector agrícola
Soil Deal for
de
Europe.
la Unión Europea.
This EU Soil Mission was launched in
La I+D,
2021 alongside, I think,
en
4
cuanto
other
al cambio
missions,
climático,
and all
también
tackling
se
major
beneficia
societal
de lo que llamamos
challenges,
nosotros
and this in a
la misión.
coordinated
La misión
manner
fue
through a
lanzada en el
portfolio of action.
2021
And the Soil Mission mobilizes
y se
additional
trata de
resources from
gestionar
research
todos
and
los cambios
innovation for improving, I
societales.
think, the
Se
health
trata
of
de
soil all
coordinar
across
a través de una
Europe, but
cartera de
also
acciones.
integrated other tools,
Esta misión del
and in
suelo
particular
moviliza
integrating tools that
más
ensure a
recursos
greater involvement of
para
end users
mejorar
and
la
stakeholders
salud
in
del
all
suelo,
these different
pero también
activities. And our main
integrar
tool, if I may say so, in
herramientas que
for this
permitan una
purpose,
mejor
is the
participación
rollout
de los
of what we
usuarios
call living
finales,
labs, where
participantes,
farmers are very
etc.
closely associated and
Nuestra
involved in
herramienta
the development of
principal
these living
aquí
labs in order to better reflect, I think,
es el despliegue de lo que llamamos
outcome of
living
research
labs, laboratorios
into,
vivos,
operational
donde
matters,
los
I think, on
agricultores
the farm.
trabajan
And
estrechamente
supporting the EU policy
con la
initiatives on
ciencia
sustainable carbon
para
cycle and the
reflejar mejor
emerging
los
EU
resultados
framework for
de la
carbon farming in
investigación
particular is indeed
y ayudar
a
a
shared
estos
objective
resultados.
across different parts of the EU
En cuanto
research
al
and
ciclo
innovation program
sostenible de
for
carbono,
agriculture. While additional
aquí
research
el
is
marco
still needed
que
to
propone la
identify
Unión
and better
Europea
quantify the potential of different land use
pretende
practices
abarcar
for
toda una
carbon
serie de programas,
sequestration,
incluidos los
it
de
is clear, but there is a significant potential,
Todavía hace
and
falta
climate neutrality will remove
cuantificar mejor una serie de
elusive if we don't
prácticas
use
de
it.
uso del
And
suelo.
this is also part, I think,
Eso
of the
está
work
claro,
of the IPCC,
pero hay un
the
potencial muy
Intergovernmental
significativo
Panel on Climate Change. So challenges involving
y está
involved
claro que
in
si no
developing
usamos
a
ese
sustainable,
potencial no
suitable policy
lograremos buenos
framework
resultados.
are also significant. For instance, when it comes to the monitoring and
Así que
verification
hay
of carbon
muchos
removal,
retos
and several Horizon Europe projects
dentro de
are
este
tackling this
marco
challenge. And as part of the EU Soil Mission,
establecido por
for
la Comisión,
example,
estamos
the
hablando
project
también de los
MARIC
retos en
is
cuanto a la verificación de la eliminación
developing
de
and
carbono.
testing a
Aquí hay
framework
muchos
for the
proyectos
design of
que pretenden lograr
harmonized context-specific
enfrentarse a este
monitoring,
desafío.
reporting
Está,
and
por ejemplo,
verification
el
system
proyecto MARVIC,
for
que está
soil carbon and
desarrollando
for greenhouse
y
gas balances,
ensayando un
looking at
sistema
different agricultural
de
activities,
seguimiento
including the
específico
cultivation
en el
of woody
contexto,
crops
sistema de
such
verificación
as olive
para
trees.
el
But I'm
riego
sure, I
del
think,
suelo,
in this conference,
buscando diferentes
you will
actividades
address
agrícolas,
many of these projects and
incluyendo
initiatives will be
el
presented
cultivo
and discussed.
de
So
plantas
I want to
leñosas, como
conclude,
por ejemplo el
this
olivo.
introduction by thanking once again
Ustedes en
the
este
International Olive
seminario van a
Council for
tratar
the
muchas de estas
invitation,
iniciativas.
congratulating the Executive
Así es
Secretariat
que
for
quisiera
this
concluir mi
initiative
intervención
on such an
introductoria
important and
dando las
essential subject
gracias
for the
al
future of the sector,
COI por
not
su
only in the
invitación,
EU, but I think
darle
across the globe.
las
So
felicitaciones a la
I wish you
Secretaría
all, I think, a very
Ejecutiva
productive workshop.
porque están
I hope
tratando
and
un
I'm
tema
sure that I think we will have
fundamental
very
para el
fruitful
futuro
discussion on
del
which I think we
sector.
can build, I think, on the
Así
future
que
for the
les
olive
deseo
sector.
un
Thank you very much
taller
for
muy
your attention,
productivo
and apologies again, I think, for
y
these
espero que los debates sean
technical
muy
hiccups and
fructíferos.
talking from Brussels, from
Y esto
Brussels.
sin duda
Thank you very
alguna
much.
beneficiará al sector oleícola. Y lamento mucho pues estos problemas técnicos que os digo al principio desde la brumosa
So we just
Bruselas.
finalize with the official opening speech. We need a few minutes to prepare,
Thank you very much.
the next item of the agenda.
So we just finalize with the
this workshop.
Muchas
by
gracias.
the
Acabamos de
Deputy
terminar
Executive
con
Director,
los discursos
Mr. Jaime Lillo.
oficiales ya
Thank
de
you.
apertura. Necesitamos unos minutos para preparar el siguiente punto de la agenda, la presentación global de estos talleres por parte del director ejecutivo Jaime Lillo. Gracias.
Good morning, Secretary General from the Ministry of Agriculture of Spain, Fernando, Director of the European Commission, Pierre Bascu, from the Audi Brussels, following us.
Buenos días.
Executive Director,
Secretario
Mr.
General del
Villa,
Ministerio de
also
Agricultura de
following
España,
us from his
Fernando,
office.
director
Julio
de la
Volpi
Comisión
from
Europea,
DG
Pierre
Climate. Thank
Bascu,
you
desde
for
Bruselas,
coming.
uniéndose a
All the
nosotros.
speakers
Director ejecutivo,
of
señor
this
Belida,
workshop
que
and
también
around
nos sigue desde su
300
oficina.
people following
Julio
in internet
Volpi,
from
de
33
Lima, muchas
different
gracias. Y a todos los
countries.
oradores también.
Thank you very much for being today with us.
de las
It
300
is
personas
an
que nos
important
siguen
day
a través de
for
Internet
us
de
and for all of
33
us.
países distintos.
Mr. Kedira
Muchísimas
already
gracias
mentioned that
por estar aquí con todos
members of the
nosotros.
International Olive Council give me
Es muy
the confiance and
importante
the
para todos
responsibility to
nosotros.
lead the
El
secretary
señor Kedira
starting in January.
ya ha
And when I
mencionado
was
que los
preparing
miembros
my
de
candidacy,
COI
I put climate
otorgan su
change
confianza
at top of
y la
the priority for the
responsabilidad
future work
a la nueva
of the
secretaría que
IOC,
comenzará en
and
enero. Y
well,
cuando
they
yo
all
preparé mi candidatura
supported
para esta
this candidacy.
secretaría,
So we have the support of all of our members,
cambio climático
and
era
we
una
are
de
here
las
today
prioridades
to
para el
have
futuro
the
trabajo
first step
del
of a
COI.
new line of work
Y
in the
se apoya de esta
IOC.
candidatura
I
sin
think
tener el apoyo de
the
todos
words
los miembros.
from
Hoy estamos
Brussels and from the
aquí
Ministry of
para
Sport
tomar el
really
primer
put
paso
the framework.
de
We are all aware
un largo
that
camino de
climate
trabajo
change is one
en
of
el
our
COI.
main challenges.
Las
And
palabras desde
because of
Bruselas
that,
y
we are
del
trying to
Ministerio
put
de
together
España
those days
respaldan
the best
la
knowledge
importancia del
of
cambio
the
climático
world
como uno de los
on the
principales
topic,
retos
the
a los
best
que nos enfrentamos
researchers
hoy en
coming from
día.
different parts of the world,
Estamos
not only in the field
intentando
of
estos días
olive oil
reunir
and climate
el
change,
mejor
but we
conocimiento del
also
mundo
bring
sobre
in
este
for
tema,
those
los
days the
mejores
best
investigadores
expertise
de distintos
in
lugares del
tools,
mundo.
certification skills, in new
No
technologies,
solamente en
in
en
innovation
el campo
experiences.
del aceite de oliva, el
We
cambio
are also
climático,
inviting the policy
sino también
makers and
hemos
of
traído a los
course
mejores
the olive
expertos
oil
en herramientas, en
producers, the olive producers,
certificaciones, nueva
the table
tecnología,
olive producers,
experiencias
and the
innovadoras.
industry, who
Pero también
are
hemos
the
invitado
real
a los
main
legisladores
characters
y a los
of this journey
productores
of
de
how
aceite de
can we
oliva y a los productores
recognize
de
the
aceitunas de
contribution of the
mesa.
olive oil sector and the olive trees
Ellos son los
to the
verdaderos
climate change.
protagonistas
How can
de
we
este camino que tenemos que
measure,
seguir.
how
Hay que
can we put
reconocer su
numbers, how can
contribución
we
al sector olivarero,
find
al
harmonized way
cambio climático y de qué forma
calculate this
podemos
balance, how can
medir, cómo
we
podemos
give the
ponerlo en
farmers the
cifras
opportunity to calculate their balance at the farm level,
y de qué
how
forma
can they
podemos
see the improvements
encontrar
of the
una
good
manera
practices in this
armonizada
balance, and
de
how can we
lograr
certificate
este
and how can we
equilibrio,
make this
permitir a
valuable
los
by
agricultores
bringing the
a
olive
nivel
sector
de cada
in the
explotación
market
agrícola
of
de
the
calcular
CO2,
su equilibrio de carbono,
providing
cómo lo podemos
maybe a new
certificar
source of income for all the
y
farmers
cómo se puede
in
hacer
the world.
viable
So it's not going to be
haciendo que el
easy,
sector olivarero
but
entre
it's
en el
complicated.
mercado
But here we
del
are with
carbono,
3 days in
que
front
además
of
puede
us
ser una nueva fuente de
when we
ingresos
wish
para
to
nuestros
share with you
agricultores.
our vision.
Bueno,
And
no va a
we
ser fácil,
appreciate
es
your
complicado,
contribution
pero aquí
to the
estamos
discussions
con 3 días por
find,
delante
how can we do this journey
en el que queremos
together.
compartir
Saying
con todos
that,
ustedes nuestra
I'm going to
visión
share a brief
y
presentation
apreciaremos las
where I'm going
contribuciones
to
a este
briefly
debate
present the
para ver de qué forma
International Olive
podemos
Council for those who are not aware
caminar
who we
juntos.
are. I
Habiendo
will
dicho
also
esto,
explain
voy a
why we
compartir una breve
organize this seminar,
presentación
where we are coming and why
en la que voy a
now, why is
presentar
this moment
hoy para aquellos de
so
ustedes que no nos
so
conozcan.
important.
También
So
explicaré por qué hemos organizado
for
este
those who are
seminario,
not in presence, this
de
picture
dónde
here is the
venimos y
entrance
por
of
qué
the
ahora es el
International
momento
Olive Council
adecuado.
headquarters here in Madrid. And this organization is the only
Para aquellos que no
intergovernmental
están
organization
aquí,
created
esta
for the olive
imagen que vemos es la
sector
entrada
under the
a
auspices
nuestra
of
sede en Madrid.
United Nations in 1959. So it's
Es
more
la
than
única
60 years
organización
serving the
intergubernamental
sector,
creada para el
facilitating
sector
the trade,
olivarero
improving the quality,
bajo el auspicio de las
and
Naciones
serving
Unidas en
all producers around
1959,
the world. We basically work around international agreements
facilitando
that our
el
members
comercio,
negotiate
mejorando
and
la
sign. You
calidad
can see it from
y sirviendo a todos los
1956 until
productores
the last
en
agreement
el
is from
mundo de aceite de
2015,
oliva.
which incorporate the
Tenemos nuestro
possibility
acuerdo
to make
fundacional
a
que se negoció y se firmó
more
en
relevant the important
1976.
countries, the consumer countries,
En
who are
2015
we have more
fue
space
el
now
último acuerdo que
in
incorporó la
more
posibilidad
visibility, more
de
shares to.
de hacer que los países importadores, los países consumidores, pudiéramos decir, tuvieran un mayor espacio dentro de nuestro acuerdo, más visibilidad y una mayor importancia. Vemos que el aceite de oliva se consume cada vez más en el mundo, no solo en la cuenca mediterránea, como se había hecho de forma tradicional ahora. Ahora se consume en Estados Unidos, Brasil, Japón y muchos otros países.
single member in the IOC.
Así que tenemos 43
Those
países que
countries
han
are
firmado
around
este
94,
acuerdo.
96% of the
Representan
global olive oil
19 miembros,
production.
porque
But we also
la
have
Unión Europea
observers
actúa como
which are
único
coming
miembro.
officially to our session of members.
Representan alrededor del
participating in our
94% de la
activities. We have
producción
people
global
coming from
de
the United
aceite de oliva.
States,
También
Brazil,
tenemos
Australia,
países observadores que acuden de forma oficial a nuestras sesiones, participan en nuestras actividades. Estados Unidos, Brasil, Australia, otros países. También tenemos un diálogo permanente con el sector privado. Tenemos un par de reuniones al año para hablar de lo que estamos haciendo y cuáles son nuestros retos. Bueno, ¿qué hacemos? Hay tres áreas, tres objetivos principales. En primer lugar, la estandarización. Facilitamos normas internacionales para ver cuáles son los parámetros que podemos medir del aceite de oliva, para identificar que esto es un aceite de oliva virgen extra, por ejemplo. Para ello tenemos los laboratorios, que son los que tienen la capacidad de verificarlo. Segundo objetivo, tecnología para el cultivo de las aceitunas, de los olivos y cooperación técnica. Tenemos estadísticas globales que publicamos regularmente sobre consumo, precios, etcétera, sobre comportamiento de los consumidores también, y también campañas de promoción. Es una breve descripción de qué consiste el COI. Ahora hablemos de por qué estamos aquí. Creo que esto ya se ha dicho en la presentación de esta mañana. Ya nos estamos enfrentando a los efectos del cambio climático.
More than 11,500,000 hectares of olive trees around the world in 2008 to 2019. So I'm sure this is a much higher figure now, but we just work with official figures.
Hay más de 11.500 hectáreas de olivares en el mundo. Esto en el 2019-2020, pero seguro que ahora la cifra es aún mayor. Estas son las cifras oficiales.
But they are all over the 5 continents, from Australia, Japan, China, South Africa, United States. And those are acting, we see that like a Mediterranean forest. It's a permanent trees on the field, and we have a role to play in this global challenge of the climate change. Of course, we are aware of the impact of the effects and the adaptation that needs to be done. We were discussing about this graphic, which graphic to show, and we were saying we can show how the production is extremely changing from one year to another more than ever. We can see the 2 last crops where they have extreme hot summer, particularly in the western Mediterranean countries like Spain, Portugal, Italy, Morocco, or Tunisia. And we can show the high prices that is the topic at the moment. But behind that is the climate events, is the climate change. So at the end, we chose this graphic, which is about how it's going to grow the median temperature in the Mediterranean. We chose Spain and Italy during the flowering period in the next years. Impact on the production, and we need an adaptation, and we're working on adaptation. But today, we want to talk about the contribution, how to mitigate, how can we contribute to mitigation of climate change. And the core of the discussion is about how the olive oil acts as a CO2 sink and permanent CO2 storage in soil. This is the core of the discussion. We know that the olive tree, they can capture CO2 from the atmosphere and keep it in the branches, in the trunk, in the roots. We know that this can be incorporated to the soil with certain practices, even more than others. And at the end, we know there is a positive balance between emissions and removals. We are aware of that. And this is when we want to put the light in those 2 days. We did a study in 2017 studying different. This study cover. We have some of the authors here in the room, and this study cover different capacity of growth from different varieties, different production systems from traditional to intensive, and we estimate what was the overall middle figures we can keep in our minds when we talk about olive sector. And we at that time, with the knowledge available, we found that 1 hectare of olive tree can have a positive balance of 4 point almost 3 tons CO2 per year. That is the first figure to put on the table. We know this can be higher or lower a lot, but this is to keep in mind. And also the figure we use a lot, that 1 liter of extra virgin olive oil, the balance of 1 liter in medium practices of 1 liter of olive oil removes more than 10 kilos of CO2 from the atmosphere. And I would say, well, what is this 10 kilos of CO2? This is when you're driving a normal car from like 400 kilometers, more or less. So it's significant drinking using olive oil. And this is unique for the olive sector. You don't find this capacity in other crops or in other edible oils, absolutely. So this is where we want to dig. And the other question of this presentation was why to make this workshop now at this moment. No? I think a lot already has been said, but this is crucial. The IPCC, the International Panel for Climate Change, first time ever in 2023, recognized the capacity of agriculture for carbon sequestration. So until 2023, agriculture was only in the part of the responses for the emissions, and we need to reduce emissions, which we still need to reduce emissions. But first time is recognized the capacity of carbon sequestration. And Juan Antonio was explaining me that these bars are how they estimate the capacity. If it's big, there's a big capacity of sequestration. And agriculture, there is a significant capacity for agriculture. And there is where we say, well, olive sector must be leading that. It's a permanent crop. We know that we are aware. So it's the moment. And on the other hand, we have in parallel the European Commission, and as Pierre was already saying, and Julia is going to develop even further, drawing the political framework for this sequestration capacity. How can we adapt our work to serve this, to make the connection with this political framework to finally facilitate the incorporation of the olive sector in the market of CO2 emissions. So it is absolutely the right moment. That's why we were saying we cannot wait. We cannot wait for next year. It's now. And that's what you are here to. But we didn't start today. This is in the IOC, the first working group on CO2 on climate change was in 2012. It was Francesco Serafini, which we invited him. I don't know, maybe he's following us in internet. Who started this work with some of the people also in the room. And in 2016, we were already in the COP in COP22 Marrakesh, talking about the capacity of olive oil, of olive trees to contribute to the solution. And that's how we arrived to this moment. So we are, as we say in this part, we are already warm to make this challenge. And as there are three main issues we want to discuss with you, and we ask you to help us in because this is the core of our strategy for our future work. The first is to understand if we have a consensus on the methodology to estimate this balance. This is crucial because we know we were discussing, Spain is working on that. We know in Australia there is people working on that. We know in Tunisia there is people working on that, or in Italy. But we need a consensus. We need to have kind of consensus, and that's what we want to provide, this table for the discussion, to first of all agree on the methodology. Then we can provide the number two, to make the calculation, to provide a tool for the farmers. So the farmers they can actually calculate the balance in their farm, and they can see how better practices improve this balance. And this is the second step. And the third one, if they can calculate that, then they should be able to put it a value, to communicate to consumers, and to integrate in the market of the emissions. So this is the three main challenges we want to discuss with you. We have a methodology. Yeah, phase one we are now in the phase one technical discussions. We have invited also pioneers from the sector who are, let's say, running on top of the group to share their experiences. We need to set out this methodology and to develop this tool and see what is the role in place and market. That is what we want to do those days, and we very much appreciate your presence and your participation. And I would like to conclude by expressing my gratitude to the team who has been working on this workshop, which is Hassan Sikawe from Morocco, Catalina from Portugal, and of course Juan Antonio, who has recently joined the IOC. Hassan likes to say that he's still in probatory period, but he's the main engine behind this workshop. So I want to thank you. But it's not only the unit of technical cooperation. I'm aware the whole secretary has been collaborated a lot to have all of these 3 days. So I wish you can enjoy with us those days. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jaime, for your words. It's a really honor for me to be here. And now take the floor, Mr. Julio Volpi, is policy coordinator in DG Clima, and is very interested for us to hear the development of the European Commission about the carbon removals. We are very excited to hear you and know what is the moment of this development and what you expect for institution as us to work on this issue and to be aligned with your work on this. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Giulio Volpi. I work in DG Clima, which is climate action, which is the European or the Director General of the European Commission, responsible for overseeing and developing the climate policy. In particular, I work in the unit responsible for the land economy. So we are dealing with a number of European regulations, including the regulation on emission from land use change and forestry, the so-called LULUCF in the jargon that we just heard before. And in particular, I'm responsible for coordinating the negotiations on the EU regulation on carbon removal certification. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So indeed, this is the subject for today and tomorrow workshop, and I thank very much the organization, the Ministry of Agriculture in Spain, all the distinguished speakers today to give me the opportunity to present the proposal and the objective of European policy in the area of carbon removals. So let's see. Okay. These slides is the first slide, and in fact, it presents the scenario or the vision for a carbon neutral continent by 2050. You all know that the European Union, in particular the current Commission, has made a very significant new proposal for economic growth, the so-called Green Deal, which is a very comprehensive program, and we have just adopted the 90%. So basically, most of the legislation is in place in order to make sure that Europe has the tools to reduce emissions, greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030. It's a very significant ambition target, as a stepping stone for even a more ambitious target, which is a real, I would say, generation objective, which is to make Europe the first worldwide continent climate neutral by 2050. What does it mean in concrete? You can see here, basically the slides show, the graph shows the emissions path up to 2050. And then you see the greenhouse gas emissions being reduced to zero. That's the blue line. But there will be still, and that's the graph in orange, there will be still some unavoidable emissions from long distance transportation, aviation, from some energy intensive industries, as well as from agriculture. And so in order to achieve our climate neutrality target by 2050, we need to compensate those remaining emissions with an increase in carbon removals. Carbon removals is another word for saying stocking carbon for a long-term basis in our soils, underground, through our biomass. And that's our real challenge. We need to basically double the amount of carbon removals in Europe in order to achieve our target, knowing that in fact, the current trend is going the opposite way. We are reducing the amount of carbon removals. So here we have a real challenge. And the agriculture sector and your sector can play a key role in that. So here we have a real challenge in terms of creating new technologies, new practices, changing also some of, I would say, the culture of the sector, but with a potential for being rewarded for increasing carbon removals. And that's what we are talking today about. What is the day? So what are carbon removals? Basically, in the regulation, the proposed regulation, we are kind of summarizing the many types of carbon removals in three big families. The first one, we call it permanent storage, permanent carbon removals, which is industrial-based carbon removals. That's bioenergy, for example, bioenergy-based carbon capture and sequestration, or the more innovative technologies such as direct air capture and sequestration, so extracting carbon from the atmosphere. Also because we know from the IPCC modeling, also from the Commission modeling, that by 2050, we will also have to reduce the concentration of carbon into the atmosphere if we want to prevent disastrous impacts of climate change. Of course, 2050 is far away, but investments have to be taken today. The second big family, and is the big category, and is the category you are interested in, is carbon farming. So carbon farming is a general word to say all land-based carbon removals from agriculture and forestry. And here we have a lot of synergies. We know that sequestering carbon, particularly in the agricultural sector, is a proxy for improving the fertility of agricultural soils. All farmers know that. We just have to make sure that we develop new practices, we reinforce the knowledge of farmers to improve the carbon storage of the soils. And also plant more trees, work with a number of agroforestry projects, and indeed the olive sector is very important in this area. And the third category is carbon storage in long-lasting products. We can store carbon also in products that can last for long. So we for example, through the increased use of wood in the construction sector, we are storing wood. We can store wood. We can store carbon through wood in buildings for several centuries, or for a century. So these three big categories of carbon removals have different characteristics. And let's be very frank, there is a big opportunity, but it is also a big challenge for your sector, because differently from permanent industrial carbon storage, the big challenge for agriculture carbon farming is, for agriculture and also forest-based carbon removals, is the permanence. We all know that increase the impacts of climate change. We've seen that this summer. We have seen actually every summer there are increased fires. So this is unexpected impacts of the climate on a carbon removal project, but they also can be that the farmer decides to stop the project, and then those carbon removed might go back to the atmosphere. So the big challenge from a methodological perspective is how to ensure that we have the right policy and financial incentive to incentivize the storage for long term. And how we define long term is several decades. So the objective of the proposed regulation is to set up a very robust monitoring, verification, and monitoring, reporting, verification system, so we can quantify, we can measure how much carbon is removed. We make sure that the carbon is removed is additional to business as usual, of course. We want to make an additional impact, is removed for a long time period, and it contributes to our broader sustainability objectives. Of course, this will means that we need to have certification methodologies, quantification protocols, so that the quantification of carbon removals is, first of all, science-based, is robust, but also has to be cost-effective, because we need to make sure that we keep the certification cost under check. And finally, we need to create trust in the market. We are seeing a lot of media reports. There is actually a growing deception from potential buyers about the credibility of the carbon credits. And so the objective is to actually make a bit of, let's say, clean up a bit of the dodgy frameworks that we have out there through a official framework for measuring, reporting, and verify carbon removals. So in a nutshell, you see the regulation is divided in 3 chapters. The most important one, of course, is the quality criteria, and I'll mention them in the next slide. And then there are the certification rules. So this is the overview of the regulation. Again, the regulation basically sets up 4 high-level broad criteria to identify high-quality carbon removals, and they also apply also to carbon farming activities. How to quantify, how to make it additional, how to ensure the long-term storage, and how to ensure sustainability benefits. These quality criteria needs to be operationalized through tailored certification methodology. Why I'm saying tailored? Because they have to be tailored to the different specific carbon removal activities, because we know they are so different. And so this will be developed through, we call it a delegated regulation. So once the regulation, the main act, the European law is approved, and hopefully, thanks to with very good cooperation we're having right now with the presidency, in particular the president of the European Union, in particular the Spanish presidency, we hope that we will have the amendments ready by the Council before the end of November. In Parliament, they're also progressing, and so they will have a position from the European Parliament on the proposal by the Commission in November, so we can start what is called the trilogue. Basically, you know, at European level, the legislative power is in 2 chambers. We have the European Parliament, which is the representative of the citizens, and then you have the Council of European Ministers, which represents the states. And both chambers have to agree on the final text. So we call it, once we have a 2 position, then we all meet in a room, the Council of Ministers, the Parliament, the Commission, and we don't leave the room until we don't have an agreement. Make it very simple. And so hopefully we will get an agreement by the beginning of next year. We hope that within the current mandate, because you know next year is going to be very important, we're going to have new European elections. And so basically the Parliament stops its works in April. So by April, we have to agree on the final text. Then will be a few months to make sure that it's all published in the official journal and then enter into force. And once the legal text, so the basic regulation enter into force, we have the mandate, the Commission has the mandate to develop the tailored certification methodologies And that's basically also a deadline for you, to develop your methodology, say by next summer next year, because then we will start the official adoption. And in order to advise the Commission, because we want to do this work, as I said, on the basis of the best practice around the world, and in particular in Europe, we have set up a expert group, a group of around 70 experts that is advising the Commission on the best practice on certification of carbon removals. And we will get, basically, we're already having a number of meetings, and I'll mention them later. And on that basis, the Commission will draft delegated regulations for each carbon removal activity, detailing the specific certification rules. And then, of course, we have in the regulation the certification process, which is very important in order to verify the credibility of carbon removals. So here are the 4 quality criteria. I more or less already mentioned them. So I invite you to read the text and send us any comments you might have. These basically are the 4 key elements on which your carbon removal certification methodology needs to address. So keep them very much. In fact, in the regulation, there is Annex 1, which lists all the key elements that have to be in the certification methodology. So that's kind of the outline of your possible certification methodology for olive growing. My presentation has a lot of background information, which I just leave you for background. Definitions are very important. There is perhaps something I would like to say here. There is a discussion right now on the scope of the certification. We know that in some of our activity, perhaps it's not your sector, but when we talk about, for example, rewetting peatlands, when you have a carbon removal project, before you reach carbon removal, so you absorb carbon from the atmosphere, you also reduce, as a first step, greenhouse gas emission from soils. And so the question is whether we should enlarge the certification also to take into account the reduction of soil emissions. And it seems that there is a demand from both Council and Parliament to enlarge the scope of the certification, also to recognize and somehow give value to the reduction of soil emissions. That's important because we need to make a distinction between the certified carbon removal units and the certified emission reduction units. Both will have a value, but they have to be distinguished because a buyer, potential buyer, or even a policy level, there has to be complete transparency on the benefits of a carbon removal project. And this is the basic formula that is set out in Article 4 of the regulation, which is basically indicating how carbon removals will be measured. They will be measured against a baseline to make sure they are additional. And the baselines will be very highly representative of the local specific conditions of similar project in the same situation. And we are working closely now with the Joint Research Center, which is one of the departments of the European Commission, to develop agriculture and forestry baselines across Europe. The idea is to provide this baseline already to the operators so that the operator doesn't have to calculate this baseline. So we reduce the administrative cost and the administrative procedure of the certification. In case we don't find data, because the GRC is mapping now all the information, all the databases, in case they don't find the data, because in some areas we don't have that, the certification methodology will include a formula, standardized formula, with some input values for the operator to calculate his own baseline. Of course, this will lead to a higher administrative burden, but in case we don't have the baseline, at least we harmonize the calculation across the board. So this is the rules of verification, and the key message to you is that the carbon removals claims made by farmers, foresters, any operator needs to be certified and verified by third parties. That's key for the credibility of the verification. And there are, of course, rules about how we structure the certification process differently from the standard European regulation. when we rely on national authorities. Here, we want to create a system which might go faster. So we build on the experience we learned for the last 15 years with both the certification of organic agriculture as well as the certification of bioenergy under the EU Renewable Energy Directive, where the Commission has already recognized 15 private or public schemes, certification schemes that oversee the certification process on the ground. Basically, they are the implementing, if you want, organizations that will be responsible for checking that certification bodies do the right job, and also to maintain registries, because we want to, of course, avoid any risk of double selling, double accounting of the carbon removals. Carbon removals produced by one olive growing project should be just accounted once and should be not sold twice. There is a lot, this is a key issue in the market. There is a lot of concern. Okay, so we need to have certification schemes that they need to operate their own certification registries, and these certification registries need to be interoperable. So if a project is registered in one country, it cannot be registered somewhere else. These certification schemes and certification registries are not national. They can be national. So, for example, there is an opportunity for Spain has its own carbon certification project to submit the scheme to the Commission, and we will recognize the scheme against a standard protocol. So we basically recognize all schemes against the same standard. So there is kind of harmonization across Europe. But there are also existing schemes in the market, in the carbon, in the voluntary carbon market or in the agricultural market that could be recognized and by the Commission. And these schemes already signal their interest about entering into this market. Our objective is that as soon as we have the regulation adopted by the European co-legislator, Parliament and Council, and then we have all the key methodologies ready so that we can again start the adoption, we start the certification, because we understand there is a big demand in the market, and we need to be fast on that, of course. So that's how these slides shows a bit the overview of the system, how it would work. So the Commission is there, will approve will develop and approve the certification methodologies. Then we recognize certification schemes. The certification schemes will, through certification bodies, certify the activities. Activities is another word for saying projects by operators, and operators are basically the farmers and foresters. And then there is a role, of course, also for member states, because member states need to make sure that they have an overview and oversight control on the certification bodies. Just wanted to clarify what will be the end use of these carbon removal units or credits, whatever you want to call them. So currently, something that has to be very clear, I should have said it from the beginning, this is a voluntary system. So we want to start, this is basically a pilot phase. Okay, we want to check how easy it is to measure carbon removals in the different sector, how easy it is to certify them. So we're not creating a mandatory system that everyone has to use this standard. But we believe that with the power of the European Union, we are setting a standard for Europe and potentially also a worldwide standard. But the standard is only limited to projects taking place in the European Union. We do that mainly for our policies, so for our objective of achieving carbon neutrality. So we solve all the problems of certifying projects in third countries, which we know from experience from biofuels, but also organic agriculture, that have a lot of challenges. So we focus first in Europe. It's a voluntary system, but of course, we are creating a standard, and that standard could be used in the future as part of the future climate policy framework. And that's a question about also the review of the common agricultural policy in a few years' time. The important thing is that we create a credible standard. Then it will be up to the next Commission to have a policy decision on what to do with this standard. But there is already a proposal made by the Commission, which is again currently being discussed by Parliament and Council, is the Green Directive on Green Claims. The Commission made a proposal in March 2023, which will set minimum methodology on climate neutrality claims. And that proposal basically says that if an operator wants to use, want to claim that he's going towards climate neutrality, and as part of the strategy, it will use carbon removals, it will have to use the carbon removal certified under European standard. So in that way, we are creating a link to the voluntary market of carbon neutrality claims. But so far, the objective of this carbon removal certified, it's to support farmers to carry out carbon sequestration strategies at project level. And we hope that all these projects, if we create more and more projects, of course, they will also support the achievement of the high-level target, which is the Commission, the European Union has a target by 2030 of increasing carbon removals or carbon sequestration by up to 310 million tons by 2030. And these targets are divided by member states. So this is action on the ground that will support the high-level policy action set out under the LULUCF regulation. Okay, very, very operationally, we have this expert group with over 70 experts. We have a consultant who's helping us to have a number of specific technical meetings to discuss the certification methodologies and certification protocols. We just had a workshop, an important workshop on carbon farming before the summer. We're going to have another workshop in a few days on industrial carbon removal methodologies, which might not be your field. But my message to you is that all these workshops, all these works are publicly available on the Commission website, DG Clima website. Just Google on internet this information. There are also all the proceedings. We want to do this work as transparent as possible. Even if you are not an expert, you can still follow the workshops remotely, thanks to remote technology. Now we can all follow. Actually, some people said you are providing us too much information. We cannot follow it. The important thing is that if you have a methodology, I invite you to develop as much as possible a methodology as soon as possible. Do send such a methodology to us. We will discuss with the expert groups. We'll check against best practice. We may come back to you with questions. The idea is that we build on what the business sector, the agriculture sector, the forestry sector are already doing. We get the best, the most solid practices, and we make them into European regulation. Of course, there will be trade-offs, there will be discussion. At the end of the day, this regulation, this delegated regulation will have to be discussed with the member states. So there will be a check also from representative member states. That's the European process, that's the democratic process. But we really want to do this in a more inclusive and also, I would say, swift way as possible, because we need to get up and running with certification. Okay, this is more information. I conclude here, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jaime and Julio. It's incredible, but we are on time. And if any of you have any question, I think that we have a few minutes to do any questions for the speaker. If you are interested of any question, please go ahead. Any question?
Sí. Hello, good morning. My name is Roberto from the University of Jaén. could you explain us a little bit about the additionality? I'm quite worried about this additionality and almost sure that you have had a lot of discussion in the European Union about the additionality. For the olive sector, it's quite important to consider what you take into account when you talk about additionality. I don't know if imagine that during the last 20 years, an olive farm has implemented cover crop, increasing the stock of soil organic carbon. And now, today, the baseline, this is additionality or not? Or what about the amount, the huge amount, as I will show later on, the huge amount of carbon which is accumulating in the permanent structure of the tree? This is additionality or it is not additionality? This is quite important from the sector, because as you already mentioned, the industry, we are investing their money for industrial carbon removal. And farmers are investing money, obviously, for produce olive fruit, but they are already doing a similar way that this industrial removal. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Okay, well, we'll take time for other questions. So additionality is a very important issue. We've been discussing this as part of the decision process, so with Parliament and Council. Our ambition is to develop baselines that take into account the early movers. So we don't want to penalize, actually, we want to reward those actors, farmers, that already store carbon. So the baseline is not against, so you have to do more what you did in the past, is in fact the average of similar activities in similar economic, environmental, technological conditions. So you've done very good already, you will be rewarded for that. For those that have done less, they will have to do a bit more. So, but this becomes a bit technical, but the idea is, in fact, not to, is to reward the early movers. Those that already invested and they already invested in carbon removals. Second element of the reply is that we will try to address through standardized baselines developed by the Commission and included in the methodologies. In case this is not possible, there will be, as I said before, a formula and as many or as much as possible input values for the to support the operators to make such calculation in a cost-effective way. And this element of baselines will be further discussed in a workshop that we're going to have in end of November. So check out on our website, because you could contribute to that discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, I am Gori from Olive Institute in Tunisia. As I understood, is we look for long-term carbon storage, permanent carbon storage. But in agriculture and olive orchards, we will have practices that can sustain carbon storage, not carbon sequestration. It's part that can be degraded. And if we just shift to another practices, we will have carbon degradation. And so how to certify that these practices will be sustained during the time to have carbon sequestration, because you can sell carbon credit and then stop or shift, and you will have carbon release in the atmosphere.
Thank you very much. It's another very important question. It's about the long-term storage, the permanence of carbon removals from carbon farming. So one key principle set out by the proposed regulation is a differentiation between the carbon removals from carbon farming and from permanent industrial activities. So we are creating basically two sets of certified carbon removal, the temporary one and the permanent. And the political message is they should not mix up. There is no fungibility between the two. Differently from what we see in the voluntary carbon market, where often there is fungibility, and then you run into this problem because the two things are not, we are mixing up pears with apples. But of course, the objective at the end also for the farming sector is to ensure a long term of such carbon removals. How do we ensure that? Through monitoring rules, through liability mechanisms, that has to be, the liability has to be shared between the buyer and the seller. At the end of the day, the farmer has to be encouraged to continue the monitoring, but first of all, to continue the activity. If he stops the activity, to continue the monitoring of the stored carbon. We have to also be frank. We don't expect those short-term carbon removal to last centuries. The IPC, the International Science and Studies shows that in order to achieve the carbon neutrality and fight climate change, the most serious impacts of climate change, we need both short-term temporary carbon removals, which buy us some time, to be replaced with long-term permanent carbon removals. We need both. So we want to promote both. And the agriculture sector has a key role for some activities to deliver temporary carbon removals, which need to then either replaced by another temporary carbon removal, so you have a perpetual replacing of your activity, or needs to be replaced by a permanent carbon removal. And then we also need the long-term permanent carbon removals. So at the end of the day, as usual, the evil is in the detail. So it will be in the specific technical rules on how to apply liability. But we are seeing in the market some good practices. For example, you can discount some of the carbon removals or carbon removal credits. So you put on a side a certain percentage, which is given back to the farmer at the end of the monitoring period as a reward for keeping up the practice. So there are different ways. You can have also an insurance. I mean, we can learn from many other activities where you have the risk of non-permanence of your activity. But there are ways of that. Of course, we need to have a transparent and I would say operational discussion on what is the best approach to create a financial incentive for the farmers to continue the activity and continue monitoring the storage of carbon.
The next question is?
Okay, the last question.
The last question, yes.
The last question, please.
Well, I'm Ramzi Belkhouj, I'm working in CM Zaragoza. My question is related to the governments. So how do government policies in major olive producing regions support to handle participation in carbon certification or carbon market?
The question is how governments
do support this?
Okay, so with this proposal, we are setting up the monitoring, reporting, verification standard. Currently, carbon removals, you're talking about the carbon markets in general. So under the European regulation, we have a carbon market. We have the largest European carbon market, which is the industrial emission, the ETS, European Emission Trading Scheme, but it's about industrial emissions. Carbon removals, and it's about emission reductions. Carbon removals, so stocking carbon underground or in land does not have a role in the ETS. It's not recognized. It's not rewarded. Okay. There is a question, and that's as I said, is a policy discussion for the post-2030 framework. And this discussion has a key deadline, a key date, 2026, where the Commission is asked to publish a report to assess the pro and cons of the feasibility of integrating permanent carbon removals, permanent, not agriculture-based, but permanent, into the ETS. But that's a policy discussion that we will have in the next couple of years. It's not for the time being. I think for your sector, it's more a question how, and then we also have another, just a last element. We have another review under the LULUCF regulation, whether carbon storage in products should be integrated in the LULUCF framework. There's again a discussion where the Commission will have to publish a report in 2026, so it's not that far away. But before having that discussion on how to integrate carbon removal into a mandatory market, either LULUCF cap, we need to have solid quantification methodologies. Otherwise, we talk about nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very, very important for us to have face-to-face discussions with the policymaker, and appreciate your understanding to answer of this question and your availability. So let's break 20 minutes for break, okay? And 11:30, see you again in this room. The coffee is in the hall, okay? And see you in 20 minutes.
Dear colleagues, we will start the first session with a presentation with our colleague Roberto Garcia, who will speak about the carbon balance in an olive chart. Roberto Garcia, in the IUC, we are delighted with the exemplary collaboration between the IUC and the University of Jaén. In our website, we have a chapter dedicated to sustainability. I invite you to visit it, because we will find many projects which are collaborated by Professor Roberto, who is professor in the university since 1998 in ecology department. He has a big experience in our topic. Roberto, you have the floor.
Sí. Hello, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank to the International Olive Council, Jaime, Catarina, Hassan, Juan Antonio, to have this initiative of organizing these 3 days meeting to try to bring some light to an important topic, not only for the olive sector, but for the whole Europe, from my point of view. I also would like to thank the people who are collaborating with me, especially Milagros, because without their work, I probably will not be here. ¿Puedes pasar la siguiente? ¿No? Yes, carbon balance. There are two approaches to try to assess a carbon balance in an olive grove. One of the one
Yeah.
Yes. I was telling that one of the approaches is to measure all the carbon inflows that get into the farm and all the carbon outflow that get out of the farm. Obviously, this means to measure many things with their own uncertainty. With this approach, we will have a prediction. And in my prediction are quite important. When we buy a house or rent a house, we are based on prediction. The market work on prediction. The European Union work on prediction. Julius has already shown what are the prediction of the European Union regarding carbon removal. Another approach is just to measure the change in stock of organic carbon, total carbon in the farm. Could you? So it is expected that under good management practice, the stock will increase. Could you, next one?
Sorry, Roberto. Traductors are saying that they don't hear very well your micro. So
okay,
it's better that you present using the micro of the table. Or here.
Yes, I was telling that there are two approaches. One of them is measuring all the carbon inflows and outflows, and the other option, the other approach is to measure the change in the stock given a period of time. So we have to set up a baseline, and we have to measure the stock after the given period of time. Could you next one? Yes, and for measuring the change in the stock of carbon in the olive grove, we have to take into account two elements: the change in the stock in the biomass, and the permanent biomass, and the change in the stock in the soil. Will you? Yes. Talking about biomass, obviously we have to measure the change in the stock of the biomass that it will stay permanently in the olive grove. This is because of the carbon, the CO2, which is taken from the atmosphere and accumulating the tree pruning, in the olive leaf, in the olive fruit, will not be accumulated permanently. It will be only temporarily in the tree. Obviously, a part of this carbon, for instance, has a tree pruning or has an olive leaf, will end in the soil, but not in the permanent structure of the tree. Unfortunately, a few years are needed to measure significant change in the stock of carbon in the permanent structure of the tree. And obviously, we do have method to measure small changes, but because of the huge amount of carbon already in the permanent structure of the tree, these small changes might not be significant. So we need few years. For the soil, it's happened. No. Sorry. For the soil, it happened more or less the same. A few number of years are needed to measure change in the stock of soil organic carbon. Thanks, one. So it seems easy by measuring the change in the stock of carbon in the permanent structure of the tree. I mean, the structure will remain there during the lifespan of the farm during hundreds of years. And by measuring the change in the stock of organic carbon, that's easy. We can measure the amount of carbon that has been taken from the atmosphere and accumulating in the biomass and in the soil. But unfortunately, it is not an easy task. As you can see in the figure on your left, there are quite inherent variability in a single farm when you can have or you can recognize different strata with different stock of soil organic carbon that will require to measure in each of the different strata the change in the stock of organic carbon. But even within one strata, now you have to move in your right, in the figure in your right. Even in one single strata, there are differences in the stock of organic carbon because of there are a differential application of organic carbon in different parts of a farm. This is new data. What you can see in red is the percentage of organic carbon that I have measured in the soil just below the tree canopy. In green, what you can see is the organic carbon content, soil organic carbon content in percentage, just in the soil below a 1 meter, 2 meters line
of tree pruning is red and applied on top of the soil. And in blue, what you can see is the soil organic carbon content, which means different stocks of organic carbon in the area which are not under the influence of this tree pruning row or under the tree canopy. And each of the area account for a different area in 1 hectare. And and there is a huge variability in this area and in the annual application of organic carbon in different parts of the farm among many farms. Even in the farm, you can see this quite often. You can see areas in which the soil is losing by soil erosion. So there's a transport of organic carbon from one place of the farm to another place of the farm. In the first place where the soil is moving, you might have a negative balance in the organic carbon, whereas in the other part, in the deposition part, you might have an increase, a positive balance in the soil organic carbon. Another issue is that the balance is quite dynamic in time. You are moving too fast. Sorry, voy para atrás. So even the carbon balance is not static. There are different annual rate of change in the stock of soil organic carbon. It's quite dynamic. Imagine a farm that 20 years ago decided not to implement any strategy dealing with accumulation of soil organic carbon. If you follow the change in the stock of organic carbon, what you see is a steadily decrease in the stock of organic carbon. Now, imagine that the baseline is today, and he has decided because of the carbon farming, the European Union Carbon Farming Initiative, they have started to implement, a strategy to increase the organic carbon. So they are doing additionality. So what you will see is an increase in the stock of soil organic carbon, but the rate of increase in the stock of organic carbon will be quite fast at the beginning. And at the end, in 20 years' time, what you will see, if you don't change the management, there is no significant change in the stock of organic carbon because an equilibrium has been reached, an equilibrium which is based on the quality and the amount of organic carbon that you have applied. Imagine now this one. Imagine now that another farm 20 years ago decided to implement a good strategy for soil organic carbon accumulation. The stock has been increasing. You have to see the line, the lower line in the second graph. Stock has been increased to reach that equilibrium, and now is the baseline. So let's see how much carbon I am accumulating in order to go to the voluntary CO2 credit market. And what you see is basically no change in the stock of organic carbon. So this is a little bit unfair from my point of view, that somehow this model, protocol, or whatever we get from the European Union should that take into account definitely. I'm not going to talk anything about that. There another issue regarding how we measure the soil carbon stock in the soil. It's for instance, soil depth. We all know that the higher, the deeper is the soil sampling, the higher are the stocks, although the relationship is not linear. So we have to decide which are or which should be the soil depth for sampling. In my opinion, we should decide those, the depth in which we expect short-term or medium-term change in the soil organic carbon stock. I can tell you that in 1 meter deep, you will not see any change in the stock of organic carbon, and at least significantly during the next 10 or 20 or even 30 years. In my opinion, 30 centimeters of soil, about 30 centimeters of soil should be I don't know, recommendable soil depth, because many of the changes will take place in this soil profile. Also because it will be quite cheap, relatively cheaper and easier to collect soil sample of 30 centimeter soil, and because in many olive growth, in many soils, you will not get soil after 30 centimeter of soil. What about when we say total soil organic carbon? We all know that there are different fractions of organic carbon with different, let's say, protective level, or in another way, different resident time in the soil. I'm going to show you an example. In the figure, you see a PC, non-PC. PC are many farms in which they have implemented cover crop during many years, and NPC are nearby olive farm in which they have not implemented cover crop. As you can see in the top 5 centimeters of soil, which is the figure above, there is without any doubt, an increase in the soil organic carbon. This is percentage of soil organic carbon. I don't have any doubt about that, especially in the top 5 centimeters of soil, which is quite easy to increase the level of the stocks of soil organic carbon. But when we look about the fraction, what we'll see is that, yes, the organic carbon, which is somehow protected chemically, physically, or biochemically, has increased. But one of the fractions has also increased a lot. 1/3 of the increase in the total soil organic carbon is due to a fraction, which is named something like unprotected fraction. This unprotected fraction will be in the soil only temporarily. Most of them will be emitted as CO2, and another fraction of this fraction will feed the other protective fraction. And another thing that many people do not take into account is what about soil inorganic carbon? We don't know yet quite well the interaction between soil organic carbon and soil inorganic carbon, because the higher is the stock of soil organic carbon, it is expected higher the composition, and it is quite likely that a fraction of the inorganic carbon will be solubilized to bicarbonate. A fraction of it might be lost through the soil. Another fraction could be emitted as CO2. So maybe we are increasing the stock of soil organic carbon, but we are decreasing the stock of soil inorganic carbon, which means that the total soil organic carbon remains unchanged. What you can see in the figure are the stock of soil organic carbon on 40A olive growth of the origin denomination of Estepa. Half of them implemented cover crop, the other half did not. What I want you to pay attention is about the value. We're talking about between 20 to 40 tons of organic carbon is what it is in 1 hectare of soil, top centimeters of in the top 30 centimeters of soil. If we look at for the inorganic carbon, as you can see, the figure are between 60 to 160 tons of inorganic carbon in that hectare and top 30 centimeters of soil. So there is much more inorganic carbon than organic carbon in the soils, and this is typically in many Mediterranean regions. And obviously in most of the Europe, you don't have so much inorganic carbon. And what you can see in this figure is an experiment that you have just finalized. This is a short-term laboratory experiment to show you that, I mean, there are 3 soils are relatively rich in organic carbon, and I apply 0, 4, or 8 milligram of organic carbon has a cover crop residue per gram of soil. What you can see here is an increase in the soil CO2 emission, which is expected after the addition of this residue by by decomposition. But in what you can see in red is the amount of the CO2 that has been emitted that come from the inorganic carbon, not from the organic carbon which was in the soil or in the plant residue we had. As you can see, the amount is quite low, but much higher than the control soil. So I don't have any doubt that maybe in the short term, not in the long term, but maybe in the short term, there could be a release of CO2 that comes from the inorganic carbon, while soil organic carbon is accumulating in the soil. The annual rate of organic carbon accumulation in the permanent structure of the tree, now I'm talking about the tree, is not constant, not at all. If we can follow how the standing stock of organic carbon in the permanent structure of the tree change along the lifetime of a farm, what you can see is that figure. Well, I am not fully sure that this is the dynamic. It should be similar to that. And what they want to address here in the yellow line, what you can see is the annual rate of carbon accumulation in the permanent structure of the tree per hectare and per year. As you can see, olive farm from 30 to about 120 years old, they will reach a quite high rate of carbon accumulation in the permanent structure of the tree, but younger and older tree, it will be almost zero. My interest is not to measure the stock, the change in the stock of organic carbon. My interest was to analyze the magnitude of each of the carbon inflow and outflow in olive growth, and the potential to be algorithmic. I don't know if this word exists, but I'm almost sure that you will understand it. In my opinion, this is essential to design different strategies leading to carbon accumulation. And also, for me, this is quite important because we could predict a probability distribution of the amount of carbon which might be accumulated under a specific combination of management practice in a given period, which is what many companies want. They ask me, oh, Roberto, how much carbon can be storage, the soil in the tree in the next 10 years if we do that? Because the company who might buy or CO2 credits are interested in that. So we have mentioned main carbon inflows in olive growth. It is in Spanish. I haven't had time to translate to English, but I will explain to you. We measured the amount of carbon, the amount of CO2 that is taken annually from the atmosphere and accumulating in the fruit, not only in the olive fruit, but also in the leaf that will go to the olive mill with the harvest. We measure the amount of carbon which annually is taken from the atmosphere and accumulated in the olive leaf, the amount of carbon which this year is accumulating what it will be in 2 years' time or 3 years' time or 1 year time tree pruning, the amount of carbon which is accumulating the permanent structure of the tree. This is the one which will stay there for 100 years. We measure the amount of organic carbon in the cover crop, not only above ground, but also below ground. If the farm implement cover crops, we measure the amount of the annual entry of organic carbon with the manure, with the composting olive meal pomace, and even the amount of organic carbon that that has been taken in the cover crop, but has been fed by the livestock because a couple of the farm integrate livestock, one of them sheep and the other horses. These fluxes that it has a red circle is what they call manageable carbon. I mean, the entry of manageable carbon, because these are the fluxes in which the farm can control and can decide. They can decide if they apply or not manure, if they apply composting olive meal pomace or no, they decide if they allow for cover crop, they decide if the distributing are applied on top of the soil or burn it. The main carbon outflows in the olive grove are the ones you can see in this picture. We do have, the carbon that get out to the farm with the olive fruit. together with the leaf that are collecting during the harvest and accumulating in the olive mill, the carbon that leave the farm with the firewood, the carbon which annually leave the farm if the tree pruning are burned, and obviously the carbon that leave the farm with soil erosion, and the carbon that leave the farm due to soil CO2 emission. And here we include both the basal soil CO2 emission and the soil CO2 emission, which is due to the decomposition of all the carbon inflow into the soil. There is one important assumption in this model. The most important assumption is that the volume of the canopy remains more or less constant. If this is not so, the model will not work. Fortunately for me and for you and for the science, we have take a special precaution to more or less verify that this assumption is work. We have been working on with olive tree, in which the volume of canopy we do have indication that remain more or less constant. So again, carbon inflows. We took into account the annual carbon that is taken from the atmosphere as a CO2 and accumulating in the olive leaf, the one in the olive fruits, the one that will become tree pruning, the one that will get out as a firewood, the one which is accumulating in the permanent structure of the tree, and the one with the that enter with the cover crop, and the one that is applying the farm as manure composted. Okay. So this is the flux we have measured. When I say measure, means measure. Mean go to the field, wait, try, analyze, and etc. And this has been done in the sustainability project in 50 something olive farm across the Mediterranean basin. And the carbon outflows we took into account is the soil CO2 emission, the amount of carbon that get out to the farm with the olive fruits and olive leaf, the carbon that get out to due to the firewood, and the carbon which was lost by soil erosion. Soil erosion and soil CO2 emission, we have not measured, we have modeled it with data of the farm, obviously, because, well, I mean, I don't have time. Oh, not time, sorry. So I'm going to move faster. So at the farm level, if the carbon inflows minus carbon outflows are higher than 0, the farm is gaining accumulating carbon. If the other way around happens, the farm is losing carbon. At the tree level, it is clear. Will be positive, almost sure. And at the soil level, if all the entries of carbon in the soil are higher than the output of carbon output out the soil, then the soil is accumulating carbon. Some very, very fast examples. This is the annual rate of carbon accumulation in the permanent structure of the tree of 280 something tree. A huge variability. This is due because we are talking about 17 cultivars, with different ages, different density of plantation, etc. But I mean, we can find, it is relatively easy to find an algorithm that relates the amount of carbon which is accumulating in the permanent structure of the tree related to age, plant density, irrigation, etc. I cannot, well, there is a question there. Should we take into account this annual rate of carbon accumulation for olive farming model where trees are planted but uprooted after 20, 40 years of planting? This is a question that is there. This is what you can see there is the amount of carbon that is taken from the atmosphere and accumulating in the olive leaf. I'm not going to get into details because I see the cloth that is consuming me. This is a sample. Okay, I will go very fast. this is the carbon input in all the farms. I'm not going to go there. This is the carbon output in all the farms. What I would like to pay, I would like that you pay attention. Yes, I know. Give me a couple of minutes. First of all, soil CO2 emission is the most important carbon outflow compared with the other. And in many carbon footprint assessment, carbon balance, I have seen in many studies, they do not consider soil CO2 emission, which is a key flow. And for now, in my opinion, it is essential to turn in this flow for future assessment, and this is relatively easy to model it. What I don't know. Basically, sorry. ¿Cómo es? A la derecha. Bien, sorry. ¿Cómo estoy? No, ahí para adelante. Es que no veo. Ah, siguiente. Vale. What you can see here are the balance, the result of the balance. In orange, what you see is the balance in the soil. In green, the balance in the tree, and in gray, the balance in the whole farm. What you can see is the majority of the farm show a positive carbon balance in the soil. There are few exceptions. I cannot get into detail. And these are the first figure, 11 farms from Greece. I don't know how many farms from Italy, from Portugal, from Morocco, for Tunisia, and this is for the case of the Spain. Basically, this figure tries to summarize all, and I would like you pay attention that the balance, the mean balance for all the 54 olive farms we have been analyzing for the soil is positive. It is about 1 ton of CO2 that it is accumulating each single year in the soil. For the tree, is almost 0.5 ton of carbon, which is about 2 tons of CO2. And obviously, for the whole farm, the mean balance after analyzing 54 olive farms is about 0.75 ton of carbon, which means about 3 tons of CO2 per hectare and per year. I'm not going to get into the question. So the balance is positive in the farm, in the soil, with exception, and in the tree. But do this positive balance compensate the CO2 emission that is being emitted during the farm operation? What you can see here are the CO2 that is emitting due to the farm operation. They are from 0.3 to 3 tons. The highest the CO2 emission, farm operation, I mean the tractor, fertilizer, harvesting, pruning, etc. It corresponds to intensive, irrigated intensive olive farm, and obviously lower value you will find in traditional rainfall. So this is the last figure, Juan Antonio. I'm sorry. I know that I should finish. This is the last one. It will take 1 minute. This figure shows positive and negative value. Positive value means that CO2 is emitting netly to the atmosphere. Negative value means that CO2 is trapping. So what you can see in this figure, and the upper figure is per hectare, and the figure which you can see below is per kilogram of olive fruits, not olive oil, olive fruits. So what you can see here is if we only consider the farm operation, no doubt olive farms are emitting CO2. This is the original conception of the carbon footprint, olive farm operation. But if what happens if we take into account the biogenic carbon into account? If we consider only 3, if you can see, now the values are negative. Most of the value are negative. So olive farming are taking netly CO2 from the atmosphere. If we consider only the soil, there are huge variability. But if we consider both the amount of CO2 that is trapped in the permanent structure of the tree and the amount of CO2 that is trapped as a soil organic carbon into the soil, the mean value are negative, and we are talking about a figure that are moving from 1 ton of CO2 per hectare per year up to almost 6 ton, 5 ton of CO2 per hectare or per year, which is a similar value that Jaime Lillo showed us 1 hour ago. Thank you, and sorry for the
Thank you so much, Roberto. As you can see, and I told before, we have many data. You can visit the website of IOC and go to sustainability. There is many projects. There is many details about this project. You have for weeks and weeks to see movies, videos, and also many data. Thank you so much, Roberto. And for the team of It's Normal, the province of Jaén is the big one of the biggest producer of olive, and it's normal that we have this kind of data. The next presentation will be done by Jose Alfonso Gomez from Sustainable Agriculture Institute. You have the floor. You present yourself.
Okay. Thanks so much for allowing me on behalf of my institute to be here. Talking behind Roberto is very good for 2 reasons. One is you don't need to rush because it's impossible to talk more faster than Roberto. The second one is that I will cover topics that he's not covering because he provides a fantastic overview. So I will focus in one of the persons that reach an interest in soil organic carbon because of soil quality and the effect of soil erosion and what that means for how healthy a soil is. And my purpose this morning is there on the slide is to provide an overview of the agronomic practices that we use to raise the issue of variability in the olive world and try to provide some relevant on key processes and hint on spatial scales, and always focusing on soil organic carbon. Because guys, I'm just working on that. It's a layout, don't worry, there are only a few slides you will see on the lower left corner to see where we are. Basically, to me, traveling through olive landscapes in any country in the Mediterranean is a traveling time. This is a olive orchard close to Cordoba in the mountains. This is a system of the 19th century. We colonized very steep areas. If we go to areas like Tunisia, we colonize the landscape with olives in a different ways, always being attuned with the technology that we had in that time to that environmental conditions. When we go in Cordoba in Spain to the valleys, before we discovered irrigation, this was a fantastic olive orchard. Deep soils, a relatively rainy area, loamy, heavy clay soil, so we keep moving in time. This was the 1920s. Now we discover irrigation, and we have this a nice picture of a collie of me, and you see on the left hand, you have the traditional irrigated orchard, and you see the area when we can irrigate. We increase productivity, we increase biomass, we increase the volume. And then I'm by training and agronomy, I'm mesmerized by this system, I have to tell you that. And we discovered that we go to a very super intensive system in hedgerow where you can better mechanize operations and we provide better inputs. We have this. This is the 21st century. And for me, in fact, what I'm working in soil conservation. For me, when we have this leaf and imprint in the landscape, this is a very old statistics in Andalusia, but basically it doesn't matter how we change our system and we introduce super intensive or intensive. I think it's relevant for the topic in the workshop that we have a mosaic pattern of different olive orchards that they need to be tackled differently. It's the same problem, but again, guys, we are talking of 21st. It's not a diminishing thing. So what we did, and many of our best organic olive orchards in Spain are in those areas that we repeat what we were doing 1.5 centuries ago with a better technology. But basically, we need to be aware of that. The olive is a Mediterranean type of climate, originally all crop. You see more or less what is expected in the world. What is more or less joining all of us, we will do it in arid or semi-arid conditions, but that's a huge map. But just scratch a little bit more on what that means. This is a map on Spain that basically we go from subhumid to arid areas. If we put that into rainfall, we are doing olive cultivation in area with 300, 650 millimeters of rainfall to area where we are close to 800 millimeters. I'm talking about areas they are doing rainfall. Of course, forget for now about that. So we need to pay attention to the small details when we try to do the balance, and also to the soil. This is a mosaic of olive cultivation in Spain that we did years ago, and basically is there because all the big soil orders represented in Spain in a Spanish soil map are used for olive cultivation. The guys in the valleys use vertic soils or deeper soil. The guys in the mountains, they use rego soils. What I want to show you in that slides. What you see on the left is an olive orchard on a rego soil with 30 centimeter soil rooting depth, and it's doing pretty well. And this is an olive. I will be back to the slide on the right. This is a vertic soil where we have 1.3 meter soil depth and 90 centimeter of rooting depth. Basically, I'm paid by the Spanish government to play on this, and I'm very happy of that. I try to give something back. The second issue is that all these different conditions share one thing. We develop the systems to survive and to produce, taking advantage of limited rainy seasonal rainfall and survives a very long drought summer and spring. What that means is that these landscapes are not like that by chance. Low tree density, canopy regulated by pruning, and we controlling the lanes. We will talk about cover crop later. But just before, when you read any book on olive cultivation before the 1960s, you go to the Romans, you go to the Muslims, all make an effort in having a clean lanes because there is a potential for competition. So these three systems, these three features that I told you is what explain the olive landscape in the world. And now we are trying to improve it for environmental reasons. And I'm going to go very quick slide on management techniques. I'm going now in the third section. Historically, we basically have two. We have grazing. We are still having grazing in low density system, and tillage. Tillage was done with animals. Before the agricultural tractor appeared, when we did tillage, basically we kept vegetation in line. Is what you see. That's a few years ago nearby Cordoba. So we didn't plow until we had the agricultural tractor to have the soil bare because it was very costly. In the 1920s or 1930s, almost 1/3 of the cost was plowing if you wanted to do 2 or 3 plowings a year. So keep this in mind. Then we discovered something fantastic, that is mechanized tillage, but we died in some situation of success because we have extremely bare soil all year round. And I like this. This is a caterpillar somewhere in the middle, and that's a slope about 60%. So we basically, we could do what our ancestors wanted to do with a extremely powerful technology. And because that, we started to move back. Herbicides started to appear in the system, reduced tillage, that we plow only the lines. Originally, the idea of using herbicide was to reduce tillage, but we discovered something that was bare soil with herbicide that was even worse, because basically you have bare soil, no cover, and higher compaction. But in giving you an overview of what we are doing, but little by little, we realized that we needed to provide some kind of protection to the soil. And basically, when we talk about providing protected. So the soil, we're talking about cover crops, as you see rather in the whole area, or in the line, or mulching the planting residues, again, having a mulch in the line. What is important to keep, this is not new. At least in Spain, there are articles, this is from 1969, that's basically my age. And I always wonder what's new at high dam. What we have been doing many agronomists is try to tune this system to local conditions. When we talk about cover crops, we talk about most of the times it's about temporary cover crops. So they grow during the rainy season, and we don't take too much of the water into the soil because we need to have a balance. Because this is a graph where you have a 1 in the y-axis is that the production with cover crops is the same that the production with bare soil with tillage. This is a summary of all the published experiments that we found in the index literature. And what I want to show you is that there is a risk of decrease of yield when we use the cover crop if we don't manage properly, if we don't balance that system. So that's basically why slow people like me, we have been for decades, and also it's something that needs to be transmitted with all these techniques. You need to be adaptive where you are. Why we talk too much about cover crops and mulching in terms of protecting the soil in olive? Because in many areas of the olive world, particularly in the Guadalquivir River Valley where I work, Jaén, Córdoba, there is not much use of terraces. This is not true in other areas. Looking to my colleagues from Crete, for instance, or in other parts in Spain, but there are areas where you don't have that tool available. And there are very interesting tools like tanning back, composting residues that are used only partially for different reasons. Probably Roberto has more to talk about this. I'm going to move a little bit faster. You're going to see this back from a different perspective from Roberto. Basically, when we have a carbon balance in soil, we have a net input between what we put through biomass, above ground and roots, and what we take out. We have output, like the oxidation or the burning of the things, of the product. We have a little bit of percolation to the dissolved organic carbon, and we have runoff and sediment losses. But occasionally we have external inputs. When we do composting or when we do grazing, part of the manure that the sheep are putting in our orchard cannot come from the orchard. So that complicates a little thing. But basically, what I want to transmit is that when I come from hydrologic and crop modeling, for me, a farm is that. But actually, there is something very unhappy for scientists. Farms tend to be in rolling landscapes, so nothing is flat. So you have different, probably in the sloping areas, you may have different biomass production and different rooting depth. And also you have lateral fluxes. You have runoffs and soil going from the top to the down, and part of that. So simply to transmit, when we have been working on soil organic carbon and erosion and that, this has always worried us, because what's the representative farm? It was the average, and we will be back to this. So basically, the overall effect of cover crops and organic amendments is summarized there. It's a study we did many years ago. We went to find that we were having these different landscape treatments, intensive conventional tillage, degraded cover crop, light conventional tillage, cover crop, mound, grazing with light tillage, or cover crop and grazing. And this is the difference in soil organic content in the orchard that we were looking for in a survey in Córdoba in the top 10 centimeters. We use the representative slope, whatever that means. But basically, I use this slide to provide an overview in the range of values in the top 10 centimeters that we are moving. But why I mentioned there degraded or well-established cover crops? These 4 orchards are olive orchard that had a cover crop and passed, I don't know if the guy from the ministry is here, and passed the CAP regulation for that year. The situation with cover crops, it's a label. It's like calling someone a soccer player. You may be Messi or maybe me. So when we talk about cover crops, it's important to talk about the biomass that you produce. And that's basically the overview that we see. There are many reasons: degraded soil, rabbits, overcompactions, and so on. this links what Roberto said. When you need to link your soil content to the biomass input. So it's not enough to say that we have cover crops. I took this from a guy, from a PhD directed by Roberto, and basically you have the variability in the sequestration range in organic carbon in soil, depending if you use organic amendments, OA, cover crops, or a combination of two. Basically, it's to reinforce the idea that is important when we talk this morning about accountability and quality. Somehow we need to reflect this. Of course, it will not be done in the way that scientists do because we are academic and we like to make things extremely complicated, but this needs to be reflected. I don't know how, but very smart guys here will do. I'm trying to move this and it's blocking. I don't know why. Okay. And that's basically the range of biomass of the cover crop that we have. We have basically no air biomass and close to 2 tons of biomass per hectare. There is not much information on roots. We are producing that much biomass on the top of the soil than in the bottom. And I think it's important. That's some figure that we produced a couple of years ago, and just to reflect that we need to somehow take that into account. This rooting depth vary with soils and locations and soils. The planning residues also have a huge impact when we use on carbon content. Again, there is an experiment on southern Italy in Reggio de Calabria. What you see in the lower side is planning residues at 3.5 tons per hectare per year. And you see the evolution at the 3 soil depth, and you see an increase compared to the bare soil on the lower left corner. And when we apply much more planning residues, it's the equivalent of 17 tons. It's unfeasible in most of the farms, but it's an experiment. But just to give an idea how this evolution of zero organic content responds according to the inputs of biomass that we have. Management and tree. Trees tend to have a higher organic content. In the orchard I presented to you before, and this difference in this kind of orchard in the vertic soil at 1.2 soil meter depth, that difference in soil organic carbon content reaches the 90 centimeters. So somehow we need to be aware that that is there and see if it's relevant or not. More to this later. A little bit on soil organic carbon losses in runoff and sediment. Basically, we measure all what we lost from a section of the slope. This is an 18-year experiment where when we plow twice a year, we have lost in 18 years 400 tons. This is not a model. We have taken this with buckets. And when we use a cover crop, we basically reduce to very close to tolerable soil loss, probably 2 tons per hectare per year, considering that most of the losses were in the year that we have high rainfall. When we just planted the cover crops, it's important to remember that we can reduce extremely well soil losses with cover crops, but not that well the runoff losses. So that's important when we understand the reluctance of some farmers. And the overall number is basically what Roberto said. In this soil organic carbon is a very small amount, around 10, 15 kilograms per hectare per year. Even in year with extreme erosion, in this case, the cover crop was away when we have the storm. We are talking about in the worst years between 0.2, 0.4 tons per hectare, but in most of the year is a minor value compared to other. And we need to take into account that the soil loss that we are losing from the cover crop has a higher organic carbon content. Today, it does not have much relevance because it's not a big issue, but when we discuss what will happen if we change management, this is going to be relevant because it's not the same to lose a high. Nobody talks about this, but in areas where you have a big gully erosion problem, that's a major loss of soil and carbon. And basically, it's not that difficult to monitor, but basically we are too focused in the tree and the slope that sometimes we need to think a little bit in the landscape, because that's basically, and that's going to be the ending part of my talk. Basically what we did here, we went to this orchard. This is nearby Cordoba. I have to acknowledge the farmer, he's a friend. I put an experiment there in 1998 and we remained there. So Paco Natera. So he's really the sole people behind this. We sample is an 8-hectare orchard. We sample in 100 points. 15 the lanes, 15 the olive canopy. We dig six, well, the backhoe dig 6 soil pits. So we basically try to have an evolution, try to map the difference in soil organic carbon right to the 90 centimeters between the line and the tree influence area. Because to make the calculation, you need to take into account organic carbon concentration. I'm leaving in 2-3 minutes. You need to take into account the concentration plus the bulk density. In most of the Olaf orchards, the lane has a higher bulk density than the tree area because the tree restrict traffic and compaction. Also, the roots have a loosening effect. So basically, it's a very nice study for an academic. We did a lot of samples, but basically we found no difference in the stock because the difference in bulk density that you see that is higher in the brown compared to the green areas, the brown is the lane, which tends to compensate. So for people trying to make things feasible working, this probably is to understand the processes are going on, but try to understand them properly, try to simplify things. And this is the map. What you see in red, we are moving between, in red is the lowest values to the top 90 centimeter, and that is in kilograms per square meter, around 1.92. The highest are in blue, is around 8, and that's basically variability we have there. What you have there is the blue area is in a small valley area, and all the others are slopes. So there is some correlation with the topsoil organic concentration. So eventually, when you use remote sensing, you may play with that a little bit. It's not 100%, but we found a correlation. We can explain around 60% of that. We try to explain that because of erosion processes, and we run erosion models. A water erosion model will tell you that we have more erosion in the valley. That's the area where we have more carbon content, because basically, while I will go back to this, while we run tillage erosion is basically when you plow in the slope, the soil falls down, and then when you change the concavity, the rolling stops and soil remains there. Basically, when we run tillage erosion model, it indicates a higher concentration of soil in the valley, and basically this system stopped tilling 20 years ago, and they have a cover crop. So basically, you have a system where occasionally a gully develops in this area, but during the rest of the year, most of the flaxes and the soil, and when you develop a gully, you move some soil to cover the gully. It's a small gully, probably this depth. You tend to concentrate the topsoil in the lower areas. So what we didn't put this here, but using topographic indices like concavity, convexity, and upstream area, plus the map of the soil organic carbon content, somehow we explain 80% of that variability. Change in a plantation. I have 2 more minutes, so I have to cut off. Okay. Basically, on the left, you see here a rain-fed intensive plantation in 1996. Same soil, we cross this stream. We have a super intensive in 2000, both deficit irrigated. And basically what we did is the soil organic carbon, let me see, because it's too far from me. What you see in the top is the intensive, and you see we did 2 samplings, 2012, 2018, or 2014, 2018. And basically what we saw in the soil in the top 60 centimeters, because this was the rooting depth that we found, in the super intensive, it seems to have reached a plateau. Sorry, in the intensive is the blue one in the top, but in the super intensive in this period, it kept accumulating soil organic carbon, mostly below 20 centimeters up to 40 centimeters. So it just to see that same soil, same climate, more or less same amount of water, but different tree density can play a role. And that's the summary at the end. Well, soil management and agronomic techniques that are oriented for have a successful farm and soil and water conservation have a major effect on soil organic carbon and may play a relevant role here. These techniques and the intensity in how they are implemented presents a high variability, assess the cultivation system across the olive world. The soil organic content is a balance of management practices and biomass input, and that's also a scale process. Yeah, it's not rocket science, but okay, guys, you only have to say monitoring evolution of soil organic carbon in some match market farms that we know in our countries is maybe good to keep those farms in a registry or somehow, or keep those in mind, because all our monitoring system will need to rely to something where we have measured some years ago and will need to be back there. And I'm not talking about giving more money to scientists to do that. I'm talking about keeping the registry of these funds and the farmers to make sure that anyone can be back there. We shouldn't forget that there is a lot of monitoring and management efforts, particularly in Europe, I'm pretty sure in other parts of the world, related to CAP implementation, to other environmental monitoring for like GCR on soils or soil erosion. So a lot of this information is in the public domain. We use this information for our monitoring analysis, and I think it should be remembered, it can be used here. And just basically, it has to be a trade-off between the accuracy and the process that we have and the feasibility of doing the monitoring. And again, there are many information out there that could be used. If this slide is going to be available, some selected references, all freely available thanks to CECIT, that in this work extremely well. And I like to put nice picture. It's a very nice picture only of this spring. This is a farmer that took ground cover seriously. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jose Alfonso. You have shared with us important information about soil and water conservation related to our topic. The next presentation will be done by Paulo, who is currently does research on climate change mitigation in agriculture at Instituto Superior Técnico of the University of Lisboa. Thank you so much. The topic is carbon market characteristics, opportunities, and challenges for the olive sector.
Thank you. I think we're running a bit late on the program, so I'll skip the... Okay, thank you. So I think I can jump directly. So the idea of this presentation, and I was discussing this earlier with the organizers, was to try and give a step back and look at some of the characteristics that voluntary carbon markets have been putting forward as characteristics. So I think the first question we need to do, and we heard the advantage of coming this late is that a lot of the topics have already been discussed. But most of the times what buyers in these markets are looking for is, simplifying a little bit, is a permit to emit. They want to have the comfort that their emission is going to be compensated by a sequestration of equal size happening somewhere else. Of course, that picture is not exactly accurate. That's not what's going to happen. But the idea is that the carbon never reaches the atmosphere. So we have carbon going into the atmosphere and somebody else is taking it out. And so the balance is zero. And this need of no accumulation or no net accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere is really dictating a lot of the aspects and characteristics of what we see in voluntary carbon markets around the world. As any new topic, it has its own jargon and its own language, and we've heard a lot of this language, so I'll dive into some of these words. But first, and we heard this already here today, there is a big difference between carbon stocks, carbon sequestration, and carbon emissions. And we may have, and I like that picture very much because it shows two olmoks. One is very healthy. They're about the same size, so the carbon stock is very similar. But one is a very healthy oak and it's growing and it's sequestering carbon. The other one is a sick oak that is probably a source of emissions because it's losing a part of its carbon to the atmosphere again. So if we look at olive trees, and this is numbers from a project where we did a literature review of different data published in mostly European Mediterranean countries. There was also some data from North Africa. But so if we look at carbon stock, of course, the carbon stock will improve over time, will increase over time. But when we look at markets, usually what we are looking at is the carbon sequestration, and that is the difference of what you get from 1 year to the next. And so, of course, the values become much lower, and there you have values in the range of those that were presented in the two presentations before. Just this idea that the annual accumulation rate is not constant. So when you go to very old or older orchards and groves, you will see very small net accumulation of carbon. The carbon emissions also happen when in for instance, biomass, which is what I'm showing here, when you have a loss of carbon stock. This happens every year when you do pruning and activities like that. But what I'm interested here is what happens when you reach the end of the life cycle of a particular tree. This is true for forests. This is true for permanent crops. And then you will have an emission when you harvest the tree. So that carbon that you accumulated maybe over centuries. If you go to spruce in Sweden, this may be 200 years. If you go to peaches, this may be 20 years. So there's differences in terms of system, but there will be a point where you cut the tree and that will become an emission. In permanent crops, as I said, there's these long periods of carbon sequestration. They are usually of relatively small scale, but they will last eventually for decades. But then you will have these short periods of emissions, and usually they are large scale because you're taking out all of the biomass at once, and they will happen over one or a few years. The important idea I wanted you to keep here is that if you do the average of the entire carbon cycle, then of course everything you accumulate over a very long period may be lost further ahead, and the biomass over the entire cycle may be close to zero. Again, that was biomass. I was not showing the soil. The story in soil could be a bit different, but that. So going into the carbon markets and the specific language of carbon markets, the first idea is this idea of additionality that we've talked already about a lot. The idea is that what you do as a carbon project should reduce emissions or increase sequestration. More than its most likely alternative. And this is a very key aspect. Usually the demonstration of additionality is made comparing two scenarios. So that's the one where you do the thing with the project, and that's very clear because you can go there and see what you've done. You have planted with X density, and this has resulted in this type of trees and all things that you can measure, but that is measured against the baseline that by definition didn't happen because it's what would have happened. And so that is called the baseline or reference or counterfactual. It can show up with different names, but that's this idea of what do you compare it with. And so the number of credits that you will get is the difference between these two scenarios. And if I give an American example, the numbers here don't mean anything, just for illustration purposes. But if you have a project that will have increasing sequestration and then it will continue at constant levels, and let's say you have 245 tons of carbon sequestered, but then if your most likely scenario was already a scenario with also sequestration, and let's say the baseline would have 100 tons of sequestration, then what you get as carbon credits is the difference between the two. So it's in this example, it's even less than what the project is delivering because you're doing the difference between the performance of these two scenarios. And a very important aspect, and it's a challenge for many of the agriculture-based projects, is that if what you are doing is already the most likely alternative, then the difference between the two will give you zero, even if the project is doing sequestration. And this may be very frustrating for people to grasp the idea around it, but it's because of this construction that you are comparing something against the most likely alternative. And of course, if the two are equal, there is no difference between the two. So this is one aspect of additionality. Another way additionality is sometimes expressed is in terms of legal additionality. So what you're doing as a carbon product should not be a legal obligation. So if you're required by law to do that, then that's not additional by definition because you would have to do it anyway. Another formulation of that sometimes appears is you should go beyond the legal, the compliance with strictly with the law. You should do something that goes a little bit beyond the law. This one is usually not a big issue, but the next one is. Another aspect that is often quoted as part of this additionality idea is this idea of financial additionality. Basically, the financial contribution of the carbon projects should be fundamental for that project to exist. And usually there are different ways to demonstrate this. One is, the simplest one maybe, is to say that because I'm doing this, I have extra costs, or I have less revenue because my project will produce less or whatever. So I can demonstrate that I'm losing the right to do this project. Another one, I'm doing this project, I'm avoiding more profit. So even if it's profitable, I can try to justify that on the basis of this idea that the alternative would be better. Therefore, investing in this project is not in my best interest without the project. And another one is, okay, my project may be profitable, but there are other types of barriers. These may be more technological. So say that because of the project, that there will be a new machine that does something different, which would not be there unless I have the project. So I can argue that the project is helping me to overcome a number of barriers. It may be barriers associated with access to information or to the capacity of farmers. So because there is this project, there will be this capacity building on a number of farmers in the same region, and they will be able to do something that before they were not able to do. So this can act as a demonstration of financial contribution being essential. And then there are other types of barriers like social and cultural barriers that may prevent people from doing special practices. The downside of it is that projects that are inherently very profitable, that are more competitive than the baseline, and that have no special barriers, they would normally not be considered additional, or it will be very difficult that they are considered additional. The other aspect that was already very much discussed here today is the permanence, or you can also see it expressed as the risk of carbon credit reversal. And the idea is once you've been paid to do sequestration, if you then take out the carbon that justified that sequestration, then of course there is an accumulation of this carbon in the atmosphere, and it goes back to the original premise of not accumulating carbon in the atmosphere. That's just interesting enough to see that different schemes deal with this differently, and usually there is a big distinction being made there. Two types of situation. One is whether this reversal happens because of the decision of the farmer. And for instance, you may plant a forest for carbon credits and then you decide to cut this forest. This is a clear decision from the farmer. But this may also happen without the intervention of the farmer at all. And if you take the case of the forest fire, for instance, it may destroy your project, even though you were doing everything right and doing everything as you should. You may still lose the carbon because of a natural catastrophe. And again, this is important because we need guarantees that the carbon is not going back to the atmosphere. The way this is dealt is also different between the carbon schemes that you are looking at. Most of them have clauses for what happens during the life of the project. So that is relatively easy because you have a monitoring scheme. And so if the carbon suddenly is gone because you did something or because a natural cause destroyed it, then it's visible in the monitoring scheme. Some carbon schemes go a little bit beyond, and they will ask you what happens once the project life is over. The carbon stock is there. What will happen after that? So an important question to make is what happens in these different situations, because this may be a liability for the farmer. or it may restrict future options for the farmers. So if you have to keep the same land use and the same carbon stock for, let me exaggerate now, for 1,000 years, of course, that will limit future possibilities for you to change either a crop or practices or so on. For natural causes, many of these schemes rely on a kind of insurance where you don't receive in advance 100% of the credits that you should. You will only receive, say, 80%, and this 20% of all the different projects goes into a fund, which then, if you have a disaster that for which you are not responsible that destroys the carbon stock, then this fund may be activated to compensate. Usually when you have a reversal from the side of the farmer, which is an active, conscious decision of the farmer, normally there is some sort of compensation that needs to occur. So you either have to buy credits to replace those, or you need to plant back what you cut or something like that. Monitoring, and we've seen before how hard it is to actually measure these things, but the idea is that you should have, you should be able to demonstrate that you're actually increasing sequestration or that you're actually reducing emissions with methodologies that are good for what you're trying to measure. And we've seen, for instance, in soils is particularly challenging because soil is inherently very diverse and very complex. And so you should be having methodologies that are able to capture that. There's here a big fight or a big trend between two ideals. One, you want to keep this practical and simple and cheap because you don't want to spend all your money doing the monitoring. On the other hand, you need to have something very accurate and with good numbers. And so there is this trend. If you make it too simple and too cheap, you have lousy numbers. If you want the numbers to be correct by the milligram level, you will need a fortune to measure that. And so there's no point in doing the project. So there's this tension here between accuracy and cost effectiveness. Carbon leakage is not something we've spoken before in today, I think, but it's this idea, if I do something here to reduce emissions or to increase sequestration, something else somewhere else will be doing what I'm not doing here. So I'm just moving things around. I'm not really reducing emissions. This is very visible, for instance, in deforestation projects. So I stop deforestation here, but then the people that were doing the deforestation here, they will go into this part of the forest and they will start deforesting there. And of course, the balance of my project then becomes reduced. So with all these complexities, are we looking at a big mountain or to a molehill, so a really small mountain? And I think it was the presentation from the Commission that used exactly this expression: the devil is in the details. And most of the carbon markets that you see and the carbon schemes that you see will all say that we work on additionality and we work on permanence and we work on leakage. The question is how and how deep they go into working all these different things. And even within the same carbon scheme, you may have methodologies that are more demanding than others. And so really the question is, how demanding are you in terms of demonstrating additionality, or put it in another way, how credible needs to be your baseline? You can be more or less demanding on that. You can be more or less demanding in terms of permanence. Of course, it's not the same if you require the project to be there for 5 years or for 50 or for 500. It's very different. How strict you are in terms of monitoring, in terms of carbon leakage. Something I haven't spoken before, but in terms of registry and certification. So all these projects have to be certified by third parties. There are registries, there are platforms where you can do the trading. All this also costs money and may be more or less complex. And so the demand level on these details will largely determine the success of what you're doing. Of course, in terms of credibility, the more demanding you are, the more credible it is what you are doing. The reverse of that is, because it's so demanding, very few projects will comply. And so you will have small volumes. If you want large volumes, you should do something simpler. the price works the other way around. So if you have something that is too simple, the credit will not have any practical value. If you do something a bit more credible and with lower volume, you will have more money per ton of carbon. And the transaction costs can also be cheaper or more expensive. Last slide, I think, yes, last slide. If we overdo it, if we do too much in terms of credibility and all the other aspects, and we want the perfect monitoring and full guarantees of permanence and all that, we will have a perfect system which will not have supply, because it will be impossible for anyone to comply with that type of rules. The other end, however, is not the option, because if you do something that is super simple, then you go on the greenwashing ideas, and very quickly the carbon credits are worth zero, because they're recognized by society as not being relevant and not being credible. And so the answer to this question is where you put the red mark is a scientific one, because you have to have minimum standards in terms of quality and level, but it's also a political one, is how demanding you want to be, how big do you want the market to be, and yeah, I will leave it at that. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. We will start directly the debate. If you have questions, I invite you to present yourself.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Fotis Usalis. I represent Terra Creta. It's an olive oil company from Crete, as you understand from the name, of course. I just want to ask Paolo, because all this concept is very new to us, and I see many different attributes that are taken into consideration when it comes to additionality, which it's a new concept for me. After all this, do you think that the olive sector can really create credits, or you see this is a very difficult task? I can understand that you cannot say no, because then we can leave the room. And
I think it's a very difficult task. I don't think it's an impossible task. So let's put it that way. No, I think it's really about the baseline is a difficult concept by definition, and I'll leave the financial one aside for a moment. But it's really how you tell the story. What is the story that you can tell about an olive orchard compared to the alternative? So if you're doing practices that go beyond standard practice, if you're doing something different than standard practice, you could probably claim the difference between that. It will differ very much. For instance, if you say that, let's say you're in an area where olives are expanding. Okay, it's just it will be the most extreme example, I think. If you go from, let's say, a pasture to an olive orchard, if you can demonstrate that this is not something that is what everybody else is doing, that you're taking this option, and that you can then try to claim that the sequestration but if you're in a region where everyone else is converting to an olive tree, it's more difficult to justify that your specific olive tree is additional to what everybody else is doing. So this is very context specific, and I think there was also this idea was also in the presentation from the Commission, the context specific baselines. So what works as additional, let's say in south of Spain, may not work in Portugal, or it may not work in Tunisia. It may be quite different. And what is not additional in Portugal may well be additional in Tunisia. So the effort is really how do you build a narrative that where this additionality is real in the context where you are. I don't know if I answered the question, but indeed I don't think it's very easy. And again, because the Commission proposal is very much focused on sequestration. It's even harder because you're only looking at that aspect, because some of the practices that environmental practices, let's call it like that, that many farmers are doing, that what they're actually doing is a combination between increasing sequestration and reducing emissions. And so if the final, because you're working on fertility and using organic amendments and so on, so there might be a component of emission reductions there, which would, of course, increase the number of credits that you would be entitled to. If the final proposal, the original proposal from the Commission didn't have that, apparently the discussion is going in that direction. If that is also recognized, it may make the package a bit more interesting for individual owners. But I think it's really an exercise, and that's maybe a challenge for you in terms of working forward, is really what are the narratives that I can build for the baseline, and how do I show that what I'm actually doing on the ground is different from that, and then quantify what does that mean in terms of carbon sequestration or emission reductions.
Yes, go ahead.
It's needed that to ask the question through this micro. So
no, this one. No.
Maybe it's better that you can hear and.
Yes. Okay. So just I have a couple of questions, one for Roberto and Jose Alfonso, and the other one for Paulo. The first one is in the calculation of the CO2 balance, do you take into account the integrated pest management? Yes, for the calculation of CO2 balance in the olive groves, do you take into account the integrated pest management? Because this is one of the management that the agriculture is doing in his farm. So do you take an account in this calculation or not? The integrated pest management. Yes. And for Paulo, the last question, yes. And then for Paulo, this is the new scenario. This is, I said that this is new for farmers. So they, in case they will adopt this kind of credit carbonos and everything, and they go in this new scenario. Do you think that the farmers will lose profitability in yield year after year, or for example, he will lose something in his production? Thank you.
If you refer to integrated production as a cultivation model, yes, many of the farms many of the result of the farm you are looking, I show include integrated production. If you refer the chemicals or the sorry. Yes, in the to evaluate the CO2 equivalent emissions, we took into account absolutely all. When I say absolutely all, if the farm has got a small house in the farm where they keep the machinery, we took into account the emissions that were needed, I think the CO2 emission that were needed to be emitted in the construction of this. So we took into account all. I mean any chemical they use for the pest management in the farms.
Yes, it's not necessary that every environmental practice leads to a production loss. It is the case sometimes, but it's not always. If that is the case, what you need to do is see how much do I lose in terms of production, how much is the carbon worth, and see if one compensates the other, and then it's an economic decision like any other. But I wouldn't assume for a start that every time I go into this, I will lose production. So it doesn't have to be the case. But you just compare the values, and then this is all voluntary. It's very important, so no one will be forced to do this, and therefore it's the decision where you weight the pros and cons of doing things in different ways, and if this is attractive, by all means go for it. If it's not, then nothing happens.
We are a little bit over time, and it's time for lunch. I think that all of you are very, very angry. But if you have any question, please be concrete and short. And then we could for the lunch. But I think that additionality, baseline, etc., could be the more named words during 3 days. I think that we have more time to discuss and to debate, and I think that this is a very, very interesting issues for this. So, please, Ricardo.
Hi, and now my question maybe is more for Paulo, but I also would like. I'm Ricardo from the Credible project. So the question is more like, because we are here talking about carbon as if it's a new product to be harvested in the farm. But I also think that we should take into account the many co-benefits that are associated to the practices that are growing carbon, and seeing carbon as a way to measure this whole holistic changes that happen in the farm. So also, since we are talking about economic value of the thing, I would like also to understand if you can give some words about like this, to not only looking to the price I'm gonna get the carbon as if I am changing my crop type, but as it can be like a benefit for the whole resilience of the farm, and also due to climate change.
Well, basically, to me, we are talking about something that doing good practice, we can take advantage of that for the sector. If you remember what I talked to you before, we have a big issue on soils in many of the olive production countries, and if we have a soil in which a system in which we increase organic carbon, and we have a system in which we increase biomass, we are going to have another additional environmental factor. So probably I really like your talk and your comments. Probably the narrative is to see if we have a way to push that using carbon farming also as an incentive to barriers. So I think that probably the more I think about the situation we have in Europe, that we are already being paid by the common agricultural policy for some of those things, I think it's probably a topic to be raised here, that we have countries from different sides of the subsidies, how we can construct a reliable narrative to do that, because we are ready to pay for most of the things that are going to contribute to carbon farming. But in short, to your question, yes, I think the whole message is that if we go to a more sustainable system, and carbon is a key indicator, then we have a broader view of what we are doing in the orchards. And that probably also gives us a little bit more credibility.
Let me only one idea that in addition that when we speak about the additionality, we compare between the situation with the project and how would be the situation without the project, but in the present or in the future, and not compare with the situation without the project in the past. So when I don't know if anyone in the world will plant one olive tree for carbon farming in the future. I don't know. The olive orchard is an economic activity that retain people on the terrain, that maintain rural areas with an economic activity, and in addition, olive trees and olive orchard have fighting against climate change for several years ago. So I would like to include in the discussion the temporal axis. So compare the situation between the project now with the situation before the plantation. So what happened in this area without a plantation of olive orchard? Not what happened in this project if we improve our manage. No, what happened without the olive orchard? Because in the majority of the areas that the olive orchard is planted now, in the better situation would be a crop like a cereal or field crops, not a forest. So why not to approach the additionality in this way? What would be happen without the olive orchard? So it's only for reflection during this day and to have a more comprehensive approach of the additionality and the baseline for the calculation of the baseline. So I think that we need to open our mind that the policy maker open their minds to understand the real role of the olive orchard against the climate change. It's only an opinion for the debate during this day. So I think that there will be another question. The last question, please.
First of all, thank you for the speaker. I am Hakim Boulal. I'm from African Plant Nutrition Institute based in Morocco. And because we are near to the lunch, I just will be very brief. You know that in North Africa, what is the most area in olive tree is in the landscape area with centenary trees. And there we have also the smallholder farmer. The majority of smallholder farmers they are located there. We have the extension of olive area, but under irrigation system with no plantation. When we can talk about the additionality of carbon. Now, if we would like to move to this traditional system with landscape, etc., how does this smallholder farmer, for example, can benefit from new incomes? Because you know we are centenary tree, we cannot add the tree, but they practice some intercropping system there inside the traditional system. My question now, if there is also the chance also for this smallholder farmer in this area of landscape and the traditional olive system, by improving the technology, like for example the intercropping they are practicing. When I am talking about intercropping, can be annual crop or tree crop also as intercropping. If you look in the north of Morocco, they are introducing fig between the olive. It is just my question about this opportunity that we can look also for the future and for smallholder farmer in North Africa or also in Mediterranean area in general. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the situation. Maybe it's, yeah. I don't know if that's the situation there, but probably there's opportunities in terms of soil carbon, not so much in the trees, because you're saying that they are very old trees, so probably they're not sequestering that much carbon anymore. But that's actually, and some carbon markets allow for this type of reasoning. In very old trees, what sometimes is happening is that you have a decay of the trees. So the trees are dying for some reason, like the drought or because they're too old or whatever. And in that case, your baseline scenario is a scenario where you have emissions because you're losing this stock over time. And if you are able to demonstrate that you have an intervention whereby you either stop that or you are replanting to replace those olive trees that are dying. Again, I don't know if it applies to what you're saying, but so this type of thinking about the problem may also help, where you have actually a system that is not stable, but it's actually decaying, and that you intervene on this system to maintain it viable and sustainable. On the small owners issue, there's again, in some markets, there is this figure of a pool of projects. So because for a small farmer to enter this is impossible because of all the complexities of it. It would be too expensive and too complicated. So what sometimes it's called programs of projects, and the idea is that you aggregate 100 small farmers, and then you have the scale to have a conversation about carbon markets. Because if 100 farmers go into this, it will be too expensive and probably will not be worth it. If they get together somehow, there is I don't know, a cooperative or a company or an association of some sorts, or even the state helping them to get together and applying to this, it may help where small farmers, where small properties are at stake. Yeah.
Something very quick, that in this very traditional system where you have trees that have been growing for decades or centuries, there is an issue that we don't pay much attention, is that usually you store a lot of soil organic carbon in the deeper layer of the soil. There are some pretty decent reference on that in the ESA, and you see that there are the ESA that where the trees were over 100 years, and then you planted nearby the ESA. After 40 years, the new plantation wasn't able to reach those. So that may be aligned. There are some additional benefits of the traditional system, particularly you have intercropping between trees, that probably will be worth scratching to the literature. And regarding the small farmers and these, or not that small, but distributed in many farms, it's a common feature of olive landscapes. I think one of the important points of the workshop is try to address something that can be workable for people that are not big players in the business. So, but the roots are, nobody talks about the roots because it's too complicated, but there is a point there for very old orchards, because they have been pumping carbon for many decades or centuries, and new plantations are not being able to do that even if they are intensive.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I was confused with the timetable. We have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Sorry. Sorry. If anyone have another question, I think that Katarina have another. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, I was thinking I'm Katerina. Hello, I work in the IOC. I'm with Technical Cooperation and Training, so I want one more of this stuff. I was thinking, I know that has been talked about, Paulo, in additionality and what both Roberto and Jose have introduced. And I was thinking if there is a way in when we improve the management practices in projects like Olivares Vivos, where you introduce more fauna, more flora, and with these management practices that also recover the environment, if these can in some way be taken into account to increase the additionality of the project. That was my question.
Usually directly there is no, because the units that you measure and the unit that you trade is a ton of carbon. There is, however, a system called gold standard, where they have they reward, well, they have an additional label, if you want, saying that this ton of carbon has biodiversity benefits or whatever. And so the idea is that the market will recognize, it's still what you sell is still the ton of carbon, but the idea is that the market will recognize that they are okay, I'm buying 1 ton of carbon, but with this ton of carbon, I'm also doing an investment in biodiversity. So the idea is that the market will pay higher price for this. So there are some ideas around that, but it's not easy to put a price on what, because you don't have the commodity created yet, to put a price on water saved or biodiversity enhanced, or because you don't have the CO2 equivalent for biodiversity or for water. But you could try to, and again, the tons of carbon that will go in the market, if this is successful, and I hope it is, but if this is successful, the tons of carbon that will go in the market will not be all the same. And it's very likely that they will have different prices according to where they're coming from. And maybe forest prices will have different price than an agriculture project, and maybe one in I don't know, animal production will be different from one in olives. So there might be even within the market. It's good to think that maybe we don't, and that is what's happening right now in the voluntary market that we have, that the prices range enormously from a few cents to 10 or 15 euros. And what makes the difference is where the project is coming from, but also what type of project it is. If it's renewable energies or if it's reducing emissions, I don't know where, or if it's farming or forestry or whatever. So in farming and forestry, you can actually try to sell the idea that, okay, I'm selling the ton of carbon, but attached to it, there is more. So that could be also an angle to, but that will not increase the tons of carbon. What that will do is maybe ask the buyers to pay a little bit more for my credit because I'm selling more than carbon.
Just to know if you had more data on that. Yes.
Is there any question? Okay, Camille, could you come here, please?
Thank you. Kamel Gregory from Olive Institute, Tunisia. It's wondering and question, how we can define the limits of the producing, the orchard or olive growing producing system to define what the inputs and the outputs, the flows. For example, if we bring compost, during composting, we have a release of CO2, we have also a release of CO2 in producing the compost components and so on. So I think we need a certification about the net input of everything. Of the compost, we subtract all this emission in composting process. And then we have the net CO2 carbon input of the compost, not the real what is in the compost, but by subtracting all the CO2 emitted during the composting process and the fabrication of the compost components and so on. It's wondering to have a limit, a physical limit. If not, we cannot close the circle. Thank you.
For the for the CO2 credits, if the idea is to measure a change in the stock of organic carbon in the soil, then you don't have to worry about that. But it is true that because of one of the key features is not only to increase the stock of organic carbon, but also to decrease the reduction of the CO2 emission due to the farm operation. This kind of calculation should be taken into account, but it is well, it is relatively easy to be done. I mean, there's no any major technological problem to do all the CO2 that has been emitted, not only during the composting time of 4, 5, or 6 months. The CO2 that is emitting in the pile, but also the CO2 equivalent that is emitted with the machinery you're going to use for do the movement, the transport, the compost to the farm. This is relatively easy to be done. I mean, I don't think there is any technological
certification of inputs and outputs. We have a certification of net. We subtract all this, and then we have the net input of carbon.
Well, no, only Camel, if you want to answer to Roberto, to discuss with him, please come here to the atrium, because the people that are following the debate, they are not hearing you.
I mean, I mean, as I believe that the certification, I mean, the certification, when a farm or a cooperative of farm want to sell CO2 credits, the analysis will be done at the farm scale. input in the farm, output in the farm. I don't care what happened during the composting and etc. I mean, from a farm point of view, from a farm point of view.
This was my question. If we will just focus on the farm or all the system, because if we focus on the farm, we can have a positive balance. But if we take into account all we spent as CO2 emission, we can be in negative balance. So this was wondering, just an issue about what can happen. So in the certification, we have to have a certification about net certification about what the input and the output. And thus we close the system at the farm level. If not, we cannot close the circle. This is, it's wondering, but it's just, I think it's an issue, an important issue to take into account.
I think that is a topic to define in a future scheme or methodology. For example, when you calculate a greenhouse gases inventory and you use 1464 ISO standard, you can select your scope for your inventory. You can select scope 1, scope 2, or scope 3, and depend of the scope, you include or not include several issues similar like this. For example, the use of the energy. If you use scope 1, you don't include the use of energy, but if you select your scope 2, you can include in your inventory the emission generated in the production of the energy that you are using. So these emissions are not produced in your location, but you have to include depending of it. So in this future methodology to assessment the balance carbon, the balance carbon, sorry, in this approach, we can define how to consider the compost. Only have manage that improve our carbon sequestration because we increase the organic matter into the soil, or is mandatory to include the emission generated during the process that production the compost in the facility to produce the compost, or is in the compost producing in the farm is included, or is producing in the mill at 2 kilometers from the farm not included or not. There are several circumstances that I think that it's needed to define in the scope, in the criteria of the methodology with transparency, because it's important when we communicate the carbon balance to the market or for the certified third party. Is needed to that this criteria would be defined with transparency and applied with transparency, is my opinion. I think that we are over time. I think that there is a guy on the soil with very hungry, so we can break at this moment and we have the lunch break, and we return on 15, if you know, 3 p.m. in the hall, okay, and we return with the next table run. So many thanks. Yes, there is.
Hola, ¿qué tal, Miguel Ángel? Okay. So we're super happy to be with you this afternoon. I don't know, I hope that everybody who is online already has interpretation in French and Spanish. I hope it's working. So it's wonderful to be with you this afternoon here for this first roundtable about the experiences in the assessments of the carbon balance. So on my right, I have Georgios Koulouris. Georgios is an agronomist with years of experience in the field of agriculture. He was born and raised in Greece, where he developed a strong passion for farming and sustainable agriculture, and has worked with a variety of organizations throughout his career, including government agencies, non-profit organizations, and private companies. Currently he's the lead researcher at the olive growing laboratory in the Institute for Olive Tree, Subtropical Crops and Viticulture at the Hellenic organization Elgo Dimitra in Greece. All our dear lecturers today have a large CV, so I will apologize to them, but I make a short presentation. So, and then we have Luca Testi. Luca is also an agronomist, but from the University of Bologna, Italy, and has a PhD in agricultural engineering at the University of Córdoba in Spain. He is currently a researcher at the Instituto de Agricultura Sostenible of Sustainable Agriculture Institutes in Córdoba, and belongs to the Spanish National Research Council. He has more than 30 years of research experience in the fields of crop micrometeorology and ecophysiology, components of evapotranspiration, and irrigation of tree crops. He is one of the co-authors of the biophysical model of olive groves, Olive Can. And then on my left, I have my dear friend Ramsey Belcoja from the CM Zaragoza. Dr. Belcoja has been coordinator of the area of plant production in the CM since 1997. He is an agricultural engineer from the INAT in Tunisia, and he was awarded a scholarship by the CM to participate in the Master of Plant Breeding, which he completed in 1993 with cum maximum load. And since then, he was at the Institute for International Cooperation with Arab World of the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where he did his PhD research. And he also was awarded a PhD in 1997 by the University of Lleida and received the prize of European PhD study and the best PhD presented in the University of Lleida. He's the author and co-author of more than 18 international publications and has been in a sabbatical year in the United Arab Emirates to work on phenotyping in transgenic plants. He has been a member of many juries in the Masters in Plant Breeding and Olive Growing and Olive Technology and lecturer in the Plant Breeding Master. And then we have Miguel Angel Pripullo. Nice to meet you, Miguel Angel. You're the first time that I see you. Nice to meet you. He's the engineer in agronomy, and he's really strongly related with the olive sector and carbon sequestration, mainly through different types of cover crops. He's a PhD from the University of Córdoba with the doctoral program Dynamics of Biogeochemical Flows and their application. The title of the thesis was Cover Crops Management as Conservation System and Improvement of Soil Quality and Runoff Water in the Andalusian Olive Grove. And it was a cum laude award obtaining the international doctor mention. His doctoral thesis was focused on the carbon sequestration capacity of different types of cover crops in the olive orchards, as well as the reduction of carbon loss through erosion. But you have so many things. He made also 1 year of postdoctoral. He's worked a lot on greenhouse gases emissions for the agricultural sector. He also made a postdoc in sustainable soils and grassland systems at Rotterdam. And he's been working in greenhouse gases emission studies through his career. He's also working, he also worked in the FAPA in the research lines of soil conservation, soil fertility, and climate change mitigation through cover crops, no-tillage systems, and organic amendments. So, gentlemen, and also on my right, I have my dear colleague that you already know, Juan Antonio Polo Palomino. He's also an agronomist from the University of Córdoba, and it's his first activity at the IOC. I hope that he doesn't consider it to be the last, because he really had hard work to gather all of you here. And I would like really to congratulate him, because he did a huge effort, and I think we'll have the opportunity during these days to have a wonderful debate on this matter. So let's go to the point. Luca, you're the first one.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, so I'll pass you the floor. Well, I'll try to ask you all not to talk too much so that we have time for a discussion that I think is super important.
So lucky to be the first talk after lunch. I will.
Don't worry, I will wake up at the end. Today I speak about our, thank you, or because I can't see you anymore. Yeah, maybe. Today I will speak about another approach or for this is to make models, okay? Not a model of carbon balance, but a model of olive. And then we will obtain the carbon balance through the model itself. So go on. Next one. No, it's not getting there. Antonio, what's going on? No es mejor, sí.
Yes, all the lectures will be available at the end of the seminar.
Yeah. Okay, these are measurement, okay? Measurement of net ecosystem productivity of different tree crops. These are all, I think, I'm not sure that all of them, but I think that all of them are from edicovariance measurements, okay? More or less long term, for how much long term can be called an edicovariance measurement. So something extremely costly and absolutely top range for this kind of measurements, okay? Look at the numbers. We get something like, the second one, for example, is a grapevine, which has 20 or more, almost 30 tons per year of CO2 captured. Okay, the last grapevine is around 5. If you see the lines that are in yellow, these are olives, okay, olive groves. And you can range from the first, curiously, the first, they are in order of magnitude. And the first is an olive grove, and it's almost 36 tons per year. And the last one is almost always, again, olive, and it's around 2.5. Okay, so next slide. Why don't we begin again with okay, why such variability? That's the key point, because measuring means that measuring at the top level of our technology gives us these differences, okay? First, for local climate differences, of course, but also soil characteristics that are different. The management of the crop, of course, is different. Also, the maturity of the ecosystem that we are measuring, and also all, especially uncertainties of is gone away. Why don't we begin from scratch?
No, it's the saliva Zoom.
Hola Javier, que se ha salido el portátil aquí del Teams. Está en la reunión del Zoom. ¿Qué código electrónico le pone para entrar? Sí, cualquiera. Vale. Muy bien. A ver si estamos a buscar. ¿Me oyes, Javi? Que hay que darle acceso a Juan Antonio para al ordenador, claro, el ordenador para compartir pantalla. Eso es. Vale, me he dicho que iba a llamar a posible que te ahora. Un minuto, ay, no, ¿por qué no?
Okay, let's go back to, I have that. It working or no? Oh, yes. So we can see a huge variability here, especially in olive. And there is a reason for that also, more than, for example, grapevine. Why? I told you because local climate differences, soil characteristics that are different in between sites, crop soil management differences. For example, one is irrigated, one is rain-fed. The maturity of the ecosystems, how old is the system able to, and it's able to still capture a lot of carbon or not, and also uncertainties in the measurements in general, okay, and different technique and so on, and especially the short duration. The short duration, because this kind of measurement can last usually 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. They are extremely costly. So, gone. Next one, next slide. Okay, so what is a crop simulation model? A crop simulation crop models are a formal way to quantitative to quantify the knowledge of about a crop about how a crop grows in interaction with this environment. Of course, we use the weather data and other data about the crop environment. This model can simulate crop development, crop growth, crop yield, the water and nutrient uptake. Okay, so basically it's a universal description of crops in a quantitative way. We also, of course, quantify the carbon exchange. Next one. Sorry, get back a moment. I told you digital twins. The digital twins is digital twin is a fashionable word today, like it was, for example, holistics some years ago. Another one was blockchain, and so on. So crop models exist since the late 60s, okay? And they are basically still the same thing. Writing equations that quantify or knowledge about a given crop, okay? Okay, this model that I will present.
Look, I apologize. So this is not my area. What are digital twins?
Digital twins is for me, it's the same synonym. It's a synonym of model. Okay. It's the model Olive can. It's a biophysical model of growth, development, yield, and exchange of carbon and water with the environment for any conceivable orchard. I mean, the system is made that basically it's a computer program. Okay. It's made that in a way that we can simulate whatever orchard we can imagine, even if it's not existent still. And this is one of the more important uses of the model in other things. It's a result of many years of research, more than 20 years that we're working on it. And it's originated by several models. Some of them are made by us and some others are in the literature. For example, the photosynthesis model, use the photosynthesis model of Farquhar, probably you already know. And it's extremely complex at this point. It's fully mechanistical. And it's important to say that there is no artificial intelligence or empirical modeling or fitting of equation inside. It's what we know translated to digital code, okay? And it's now taking into account its future will be part of the forecasting tool in JC Mars system of the European Commission is under development, this part. So for evaluating the yield of olive in Europe. The model is made of two big modules, the water balance module and the carbon balance module. The water balance module is take care of the root water uptake, the transpiration of the olive, the soil evaporation directly from the soil of water, the rainfall interception, the infiltration, the runoff, the drainage, and the water redistribution along the profile. The carbon balance is takes care of photosynthesis, or calculating the photosynthesis, the respiration, maintenance and growth, the reserve remobilization along the organs, the partitioning of carbon along the organs, the leaves, the branches, and so, the senescence of the organs too, especially leaves and fine roots, the damages caused by frost, by extreme event, frost and heat, and even the fruit photosynthesis is not very important, but it is. And there is also a management module that takes care of irrigation. The irrigation can be scheduled as user want completely, automatically to get different goal of water stress, or day by day, okay? And also tillage, harvest, and pruning. Next slide. The water balance is calculated in two different compartments, because this model was designed to work with deficit irrigation at the same time of localized irrigation, okay? So the water balance is calculated separately and independently in the compartment that it's watered by irrigation, that is frequent irrigation, and the other that stays, for example, dry all the summer, and it's also, and it's only wetted by the only entrance of water is by rainfall, okay? There is a third compartment that is the one that is occupied by the grass. Next slide. Okay, the carbon balance module calculates the photosynthesis depending on the leaf area and the interception of radiation. Calculates also the maintenance respiration and is subtracted to the photosynthesis directly as a function of temperature and biomass. And then distribute the new carbon of each day, assimilated each day through the organ, throughout all the organs. For example, the leaves, namely the leaves, the shoots, the branches, the cores, and the fine roots. Okay, they are all different categories of organ to distribute the carbon of every day. Then the fruits also are, when are present, are of course another sink of carbon inside the plant. Also, it's the growth respiration, depending on the growth actually of the organs, and the leaves and the fine roots are subjected to senescence and eventually die, and they go into the carbon pool of the soil, okay? The carbon pool of the soil, where it is calculated the heterotrophic respiration of the microorganism, okay? Next one. So I show you a pair of examples and how olive can be used for evaluating the water balance of olive trees. For example, we will simulate this orchard of the photograph, which is a real orchard, an hedgerow orchard of 1,600 trees per hectare, which is located in Úbeda, Spain, which is one of the biggest and more important area of olive growing. It's a clay soil. We will simulate it with a clay soil and a ground cover of 45%. And we're making a simulation during 15 years. We, in this case, we simulate 3 scenarios. One ray-fed scenarios, a deficit irrigation with 150 millimeter per year, and a full irrigation with 300 millimeter per year. Is not exactly a full irrigation for this orchard. This is a little less than full irrigation, but it's close to full irrigation. Next slide. This is the seasonal variation of the carbon fluxes. As you can see, we can see in blue, it's the gross primary productivity. The gross primary productivity is the total photosynthesis of the system, okay? In orange is the ecosystem respiration. The ecosystem respiration is the sum of the respiration of the plants, of the olives, the grass, if present, and it's not present in this case, and the net ecosystem productivity, which is the difference between the two, okay? And it's shown in green. As you can see, the green, which is the total carbon assimilated net month by month, goes negative in some months. This is not the full irrigation, it's the 150, I remember, is the deficit irrigation. So during winter, you have still, you have photosynthesis, of course, because olive is an evergreen, and you have a little, quite little respiration from both the roots and the plants and the biomass of the plant and the microorganism of the soil. Okay, so you have something which is positive in green. Okay, the net ecosystem productivity is positive during winter. Then it's after in spring the photosynthesis goes up, but also increases the respirations because the plant is actually growing, the roots are actually growing, and the respiration it's increasing. Then during summer, due to water stress in general, the photosynthesis goes down faster than the respiration. Okay, a stressed plant make less photosynthesis, but still the respiration is equal or even worse than if well irrigated. Okay, and so in 2 months, in this case, in this simulation for this orchard in particular, for 2 months, which are August and September, we will have the orchard is not a sink of carbon, it's a source. Okay, next slide. And this is the 3 different treatments that we are simulating. The first is the rain-fed, as you can see. The second is the deficit irrigation. The third is the full irrigation. Note that we have discriminated here the heterotrophic respiration from the autotrophic. As you can see, the autotrophic respiration is the most part of the respiration of the system. So are the plants the ones that are losing carbon, are respirating more intensively, okay? And what you see on your right is the net ecosystem productivity, which is increasing with the amount of water, of course, because what we've seen before. Next slide, please.
This is the accumulative per year?
Per year, yes. This is the accumulative per year. It's carbon, it's tons of CO2 in this case. In other slides later will be...
3 cases are positive.
In the 3 cases are positive. In this case, and this climate, and this management, okay? And this is the evolution during the 15 years. As you can see, the carbon stock does not change a lot, but there is a difference. If we have more water, we have less stress, we have more accumulation of carbon in the soil, but it's very slow, okay? The other one, down the B, left, down left, it's the accumulation in the trees, in the biomass of the trees, okay? Here the difference is more important. And on your right, you see the net total accumulation of carbon of this system. As you can see, sorry, the rain-fed, it's not accumulating a lot. It's accumulating very small amount of carbon, okay, with respect to the others. So irrigation, or better say, water stress is, as expected, a hindering of capturing carbon for olive trees. So the key point here is that we can quantify with the model, quantify the change in the carbon stocks generated by a given management change. Okay, if I change the management, I say from rainfall, I go to, for example, 150, which is a deficit irrigation, but I can get an increase in carbon accumulation. Okay, and we can also know how long it will take to reach that target that we may have. Okay, next slide. Come back. Okay, this is another example quickly. This is a traditional olive orchard that we are simulating. And you've seen before that there was no a big difference in the soil. There was no accumulation in the soil because they were 15 years only, okay? It's much slower, this process. So we will simulate here a traditional olive orchard in Villa Carrillo, que is quite near to the other location that we simulated before, with a loam soil in this case. And we begin with a soil with very low organic matter, okay, which is quite normal in this area. But we simulate 400 years. And we get two scenarios. We simulate two scenarios. The first scenario is the pruning is reincorporated, is exported, it's burned or exported outside. And the other, the pruning residues are incorporated to the soil again, okay? Next. And this is what the model predicts. With the residue incorporated, you have the red lines, and with the residues exported, the the blue line. Again, we can, in this case, quantify the effect of the mitigation technique that we can imagine. Okay, we're not doing anything still. Okay, that's important. This is an in silico experiment, and the carbon dynamic in the soil is very slow, of course. So you need to get the picture long term, and this is possible only with a model. There is another thing which is important. These are not you as expected. You have some variability in this, some spikes in these lines. Next. No, go back. Okay. Imagine that we take measurements, okay? Look at the measurement that we take, for example, at the beginning, we would say an increase rate of, it's a huge increase rate of carbon in the soil. Of course, we are beginning with low carbon system, so the beginning of this system will be extremely effective in adding it. But if we do that, for example, around the year 50, around here, and you take, for bad luck, these 2 points, the two red cross that we have, we get a negative accumulation of carbon. So it would be, I would say, if I had these two measurements, that this system is a carbon source. Okay? So that's quite important to consider. If you have a model, you can have all the picture. If you make measurement, you may get the reality or not. Okay? Next. The climate has an effect which is difficult to extrapolate in general, or to average in this case. These are simulation over all Andalusia, for what is this? A super intensive olive grow with grass. Okay, this is very, very recent simulation that we made. It's 20 years. This is the total accumulation of carbon in trees and soil of this for this 18 years, okay, of simulation. Note that this the amount here are given in grams of carbon per square meter. Okay. Mm-hmm. So as you can see, that the difference is important for many reasons. Okay, for small difference in quite small difference in climate, because Andalusia is not very different. This is another example of this. This is not made with actual climate, is a projected future climate with climate change, with RCP 8.5 that were produced by the University of Kassel. And these are two places, the same, exactly the same traditional olive orchard with the same management, with everything. The only thing that changed is the climate, and the change is climate is between Iznájar and Villafranca de Córdoba. Okay, they are in the same province. In the same province, one is near the Guadalquivir Valley, Villafranca, and the other one is in the hills of the Subbética, the first Subbética. Okay, note that one of them does not accumulate carbon, practically. The other is, okay? And we are quite near one from the other. So it's difficult here to averaging everything or categorizing the climates, okay? You should simulate each olive grove to understand what is really his carbon balance. Next one, and this is the last one. These are the take-home messages that I want to transmit, okay? The first one is that due to the costs and the rate of change, which is very slow, the spatial and time variability, the assessment, the empirical assessment of the amount of network carbon fluxes or the changes in stocks of a given olive orchard is practically impossible. I know that this is a little strong and a claim for me, but I'm really convinced of it, okay? The second one, both the net carbon fluxes and the effects of the mitigation measures vary significantly over time and space. So if we make extrapolation or average, we make huge error, okay? Third, the only way, and this is the message that I want to give, the only way to understand and give numbers to the natural carbon balance of orchards is to use a crop simulation model. A crop simulation model is imperfect. It's imperfect by definition because it's the formulation, the practical formulation of our knowledge, and our knowledge is imperfect. Otherwise, we would not do science. We would do religion. Okay, so a model is necessarily imperfect. Okay, but it's the only scientifically correct technique to quantify the long-term carbon dynamics. And last, and it's the only one that is, in my opinion, a good news, is that the model exists already. Okay? And I finished. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luca. I think we all took notes of the importance of the positive carbon balance in all the hedgerow models that you shown us, drip irrigation, with deficit irrigation, even the ones they are in rain-fed. It was really important to see also that short period data may totally interfere with the results of the model, and how climate change really may really affect carbon sequestration. Thank you so much for sharing with us your model. So now I'll pass the floor to Georgios Koubouris from Elgodimitra, and Georgios will share with us the evidence of climate change mitigation in olive groves and carbon footprint experiences.
Okay, hello, dear friends. It's so nice to be here with you. I'm excited because I have learned so much, and it's only the first day. I love the presentations and also the discussions in the breaks. The discussions are equally fruitful. So thank you for giving us long breaks. So, okay. I work for the Hellenic Agricultural Organization, Elgodimitra in Greece, and this organization has 3 branches that really supplement each other: the research in agriculture, the training of farmers, and the certification. So I think especially in the case we are discussing now, to develop knowledge is of paramount importance. Then to train the farmers to implement it is also critical. and also to certify the outcome, even if this is the process of production or the product, the olive oil or the table olives that are produced. In specific, I work for the Institute of Forestry, Subtropical Crops and Viticulture, which is located in the island of Crete, but also has departments in, as you see in the map, in many very important olive growing areas of Greece. So we have a lot of climate change monitoring field experiments in all of these areas, and we collect data and we perform sustainability field trials. And our main activity is to work with farmers and farmers organizations so that whatever we do is practical and can be applied by the users and solve some problems. So we're talking about climate change. Today we focus on carbon footprint, and at all times I would like us to remember that it's not just to certify a footprint, but to keep it in the context of climate change mitigation in our olive groves, and also adaptation of our olive groves to these climatic changes. Farmer, of course, is interested in getting a supplemental certification or income by this certification, but they are mainly interested in receiving tools and advice by us so that the trees can produce yields, so that the trees can produce income every year and good olive oil and the table olives. So as you see, especially in Spain, the last 2 years we have mainly water shortage as one of the main manifestations of climate change. We see flood incidents in Greece this year and several other Mediterranean countries. We had one of the most severe flood disasters of the last decades. We have extreme temperature events, of course, soil degradation. We see biodiversity decline, especially plant species that are very sensitive to water deficit and temperature that are becoming endangered. And we should also keep in mind that olive groves are a very precious context to preserve biodiversity. And also we see that pests and diseases that were of minor importance in the past recently become epidemics and cause serious problems in our cultivation. So let's keep the overall context in mind that we should try to improve olive growing, and in this general aim to focus in this topic of the seminar, that is carbon footprint. One image that shows how complex is the climate change in reality is that in these 3 maps you see risk maps in Greece for drought, for soil erosion and flood. And so you can see that a large part of the country is under risk, and this applies also for most of the countries in the Mediterranean. And also you can see that the same area is prone to water deficit and flood at the same time. So you see very complex processes. So consumers care about the environment. We see a lot of pollution by the industry, by transportation, by our way of life. And consumers care about the environment and try to buy products that respect the environment. And on the other hand, olive groves can have a positive role in this process and clean, let's say, in simple words, the environment, but with sustainable management. We should not take for granted that any olive grove under any management is good for the environment. We should focus on sustainability and try to improve the way we manage it. It does not work by itself. So we say polluter pays. This is something like a slogan that we say, okay, polluter pays, but to whom? Who gets the money that the polluter pays? The industry pollutes. In this cycle, we can see that the olive groves absorb CO2, and there is a lot of data to support it. So let's try to close the cycle also in economic terms and not just in environmental terms. So carbon footprint calculation. We have seen a lot of companies that sell carbon footprint services to farmers, And all these calculations are in a computer with assumptions, with just computer mathematics. And it does not work in the end, and the farmers see and realize that this is not valid, and they just laugh at this story, and this very important story loses credibility and loses its importance. So I suggest that carbon footprint should always be based on field data and not just assumptions. I think this is a weak point so far that can be improved, and this community here has the knowledge to how to improve it and supplement carbon stored in the soil, in the plants, the CO2 emitted, the other carbon inputs, but real measurements. And after we have all the measurements, then to go and model and have solid calculations. So in our work, we have been working on sustainable olive growing and quantification of the result compared to intensive olive farms for over 12 years now. Two are our flag projects, the Life Olive Clima and the Prima Sustain Olive. These field trials were done with over 100 olive farms in several locations in Greece, representing several microclimates, several soil types, several management, organic or sustainable or even intensive. So we compared practices, and this project was awarded as the best project in Europe for climate action. So a lot of data that can be useful for this effort. What we have been doing in these projects? Both projects have the same rationale of sustainability, and the actions were the carbon that was removed to be recycled in the olive groves, either as raw material or as composted material. The enrichment of biodiversity with cover crops, minimizing soil tillage, and adaptation of tree pruning to maximize and improve CO2 capture through photosynthesis. Some very simple practices. This is not rocket science, this is not nuclear technology, but are simple practices that are sustainable and work. And one of the basic results we had that we can achieve in an easy way, soil organic matter increase in the soil, and this is also enhanced when we have water availability, which is something very common for soil organic matter dynamics. You can see all this organic material that has been spread in this olive grove, and this is a picture we would like to achieve and to disseminate, not a bare soil which is totally empty of organic material, but this healthy soil. Then addition of organic materials on the soil improved water retention. So even if you irrigate or you rely on rainfall, the water is stored and maintained in the soil, and this of course regulates soil carbon sequestration. So this is again an important aspect to regulate in our olive grove to improve soil carbon. Also, soil microbial properties are improved by sustainable management and play a key role in carbon fluxes. Carbon in the soil changes forms, and it has quantitative and qualitative changes based on the diversity of the soil organisms. So again, I repeat that it's not just a footprint calculation, but to see the overall sustainability of our olive groves. Other soil quality indicators that are improved with these sustainable management practices is the mycorrhizal colonization, that some microbes in the roots, to say it in simple words, act as expansion of the roots. So they help plant to absorb more water and nutrients from the soil, act more efficiently, and in this way store more carbon in the biomass. We see a lot of positive actions in the soil that we do not see with our bare eyes, but it's a whole world that we should examine and regulate. And of course, the farmers always asks for what happens with the yield. So with this sustainable holistic management, we achieved to pass from this alternate bearing of the first years to stable yields in the last 3 years. So you can see that it's not just theory and romantic environmental stories. It's it's yields for the farmer and money in the pocket. So it's sustainability, yes, but it's also productivity and enterprise viability in economic terms, because farm is also an enterprise that should have profit. And one part of carbon storage happens in the trees, and it's in our hands as farmers to prune trees properly to maximize this process. So we try to optimize sun and land use by trees to increase carbon storage. In the tree level, we avoid too low tree canopy by excessive pruning. So, and we avoid also very low pruning that has excessive biomass. We have to have a regulated canopy growth in terms of foliage density, so that sun enters the canopy and photosynthesis works better. Also in feed level, we have to avoid too low tree density or too high tree density, because again, the carbon storage in the biomass is not so efficient. Then we are talking a lot about recycling pruning residue, but not all practices of recycling can be equally efficient in terms of long-term carbon storage, because we have been listening in the morning how permanent is the carbon storage. If we use the super shredder, we have a material that is very small, fine grounded, very small pieces that decompose very fast, recycle nutrients for all trees very quickly. But if we aim at long-term carbon storage, then we would prefer the flail-on mower, that the larger good pieces remain in the field for a long time. So one thing is to recycle mineral nutrients in terms of plant nutrition, and another story is to have longer-term carbon storage. All this knowledge can be advised to the farmers in terms of what is the principal aim. Also, with the compost of olive meal byproduct is a precious material, and it contains around 50% of carbon. So this is again a huge treasure for the olive farming to be exploited. Cover crops. You have seen all this knowledge, all this data about cover crops. We can see here double carbon storage if you add cover crops. As simple as that. Organic farmers do it. Traditional farmers centuries ago did it. This is so simple, and this is a very simple approach we can use to increase the carbon efficiency of our farm. Of course, biodiversity is a neglected part of the system. We see olive groves with only olive trees and no other plant species in tens of hectares. This is not a healthy landscape. A healthy landscape contains multi-species soil cover, contains natural vegetation, contains birds, mammals, lizards, insects, a richness of biodiversity. Let's keep this in mind also. And another approach of certification, apart from carbon farming, is also biodiversity certification, and a lot of nice work has been done in olivares vivos, the living olive groves, where in most of the Mediterranean olive countries, the aim is to certify the olive groves that maintain biodiversity. And this is also something we should keep in mind. Let's keep our olive groves alive. Let's keep them positive for the environment. We are talking about carbon storage in the soil, but if we look at how much soil is lost by erosion because of tillage and how much carbon is lost, all this, almost half a meter of topsoil is lost, and this contains huge amounts of carbon. On the other hand, If we have the cover crops on the right, and this is a very common landscape in Greece and probably in other countries with sustainable olive farming, the soil is totally protected and minimal soil and carbon is lost. So it's again as simple as that. Again, here you see sloping land, that in sloping land, this is more sensitive to soil erosion, so we should protect the soil. We have numerous advantages for soil protection. Olive meal, wastewater, and olive meal waste should be recycled, and it is safe for the environment under proper doses, under proper practices. So let's go back again to what data are needed for carbon footprint. In the project I mentioned earlier in Olive Clima, we measured soil CO2 emissions for several years in olive groves in Greece and Italy. So we have measured measurements of the soil CO2 emissions in irrigated and in rainfed olive farms. So this data, again, is, in my opinion, an interesting data set to calibrate, to use it, and then to use it as a basis to model our results. Here you can see measured soil CO2 emissions in olive groves through the year, from January to December, the whole year selected among the long-term field trial. And you can see also data about soil temperature and soil humidity. So we can see in rainfed and irrigated olive groves in 2 countries throughout the year a very clear picture of what happens with soil CO2 emissions. And this can be an input to our calculations to have really efficient carbon footprint data. The next step was to model the CO2 emissions based on the measurements in the field. And again, we have a good reliability, so you cannot measure forever. You cannot measure CO2 emissions in every farm, but you can use this data set to model and transfer it to other olive farmers. This is a formula to predict soil CO2 emissions in olive groves. This was again developed based on real measurements in the field for years and for many locations in the fields. We also determined the CO2 balance in olive ecosystems in Italy and Greece for many years. This is the group, in collaboration with a group in Basilicata University, Montanaro and the other colleagues there. We use the net ecosystem carbon balance of olive groves as a tool to make these calculations. And here we describe which components in above ground and below ground parts of the ecosystem are used. This is the schematic representation of the main carbon fluxes in an ecosystem. This has been described also in previous presentations, so I will not elaborate on that, just to have a view and refresh all this function. And here are some results. In Italy, we compare sustainable and conventional olive farms. In Greece, we compared the intensive olive farms, which are used as control, and then we separated the practices one by one: compost recycling, cover crops application, pruning residue recycling, and all of them together. So we have different plots and different fields to have the separate and the cumulative effect of these good practices. And we have collected the data. I will not go into numbers to give you a headache, but I just want to mention that all these measurements are there, and I hope that this data can be of use for this purpose. So long-term soil carbon dynamics, again, you here compare in Ileas, in Kalamata, in one area of olive grove in Greece. We used several olive farms, and we modeled the soil, the carbons stored in the soil for 30 years. And you see here where no organic materials are added. And in the next slide, when we add all these organic materials. So I will interchange the 2 slides just to have a view of the difference one way or the other. No organic input with organic input. So I think this powerful image should be communicated with the farmers to show them that it's as simple as that. All these simple things we showed earlier, and we can cause this very impressive result. But how much, let's leave the soil and go back to the tree. How much carbon is stored in olive trees? This is a question that we sometimes discuss, and I think it's really interesting. So to reply to this question, we selected 10 trees of various ages and sizes. We measured the dimensions of the trees, the trunk, the branches, the canopy. We uprooted the trees. We separated and weighted the thin vegetative biomass that can be recycled in the pruning, the wood of branches, the trunk, and the roots. So all these were separate groups. And then we determined the carbon content in fresh and dry mass in all these groups. To give you a better idea, this is the process we did. We first did some field measurements of the canopy of the trees. Then we pruned by chainsaw. We cut the tree in pieces. Then we uprooted the large roots, and we estimated by soil sampling the root density around the tree. We separated the plant fractions. We trimmed by the thin vegetation, because this could be recycled and this should be analyzed as a material that will go again in the field. And we analyzed the largest material and all the parts of the tree in the laboratory. So this is real measurement again, how much carbon is stored and how many nitrates are included in olive trees. This is too small to see, just to describe you that all these measurements and all these results in the laboratory analysis, the trees were from 20 years old to 100 years old. There is a gradual increase in the 10 trees, and we have the dimensions in the field and all the carbon and nutrient content in all these several plant fractions, and all this data can be used for our calculations, probably in the carbon footprint. So to try to sum up some ideas, organic byproducts of olive growing are useful in many ways, and we should again emphasize on sustainability of olive growers and not just certification. We have a very nice carbon recycling and nutrient storage in the soil. Every practice we suggest should be optimized in the field or in the area we are working on. This is not a solution that works equally well everywhere. When we're talking about recycling, we should always keep in mind the phytosanitary control. We have diseases that are spread by these organic materials, so we should check that they are healthy before spreading. We need holistic management, not just one thing. It's not a pill that you take it and you get healthy from sick. It's a whole process of sustainability that we have to communicate with the farmers and put them in this way of thinking. And carbon footprint should be calibrated with field measurements and lab analysis, and not just a software in the computer. Closing the presentation, I would just leave this slide, so there are a lot of projects about these issues that you can see later on if this presentation is shared with the participants. We have also a lot of videos, training videos in YouTube, which are freely available with very simple demonstration of good agricultural practice for farmers. And that's all. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak here. And a spiritual hello from my group in Greece. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Georgios. It was great to see the promising results of the projects that you have introduced us, and how changing the management practices through introducing the composting in the soil, improving the flora, which contributes also to the improvement of the flora, can have great effects in carbon sequestration also, and for making us to keep in mind that the biodiversity is also super important in the work that we are doing. So thank you so much, Georgios, again. And now I'll pass the floor to Ramzi. Ramzi will introduce us a little bit the CM activities. the impact of the trainings that they develop in these areas, and then he will leave us some questions to talk about.
Okay, good afternoon. Well, relax. This is a different presentation. I'm not talking about calculation, no algorithms, no models, nothing. You have to relax. And I will emphasize my presentation on training, the importance of training, okay? Because training is very important, as this is a commitment of the CIHAM, as well as the IOC. We organize many courses on advanced courses on that. And I think this is the how now, and the transfer of knowledge is very important. You know, education, training is very important, awareness to the next generation. So I would talk about, I will introduce our organization, CIHAM, and then I will talk a little bit about the importance and benefits of training in this aspect, okay? So, okay. Okay. So I'm working in an international organization called CIHAM. So it's an international intergovernment organization. We are 13 member countries, especially we are working with the Mediterranean, with the south of Mediterranean countries, and some and Turkey and Lebanon and other countries. It's created in 1962 by the initiative of OECD and the European Council. We are 4 institutes. We have one in Bari, we have one in Montpellier, in Greece, our colleague from Greece, and in Zaragoza, where I'm working now. The headquarters is in Paris, okay? The mission of our organization is to develop cooperation in the field of agriculture, livestock, fishery, natural resources, environments, and rural work among our member countries and beyond, okay? So we collaborate especially with our member country, but we are open to other countries. We do what we do in CIHAM. We do training, research, and innovation projects, networks, and open knowledge platforms, technical assistance projects, and policy dialogue and partnership. Okay. If we move to CIHAM Zaragoza, where I'm working now in Zaragoza, so we have 5 important areas. We work on agri-food marketing and food systems, plant production, health, and breeding. I am in charge of this area. Environment and rural resources, production and animal welfare, and fishery and agriculture. Okay. So especially we organize all our training are in alignment with the sustainable development goals. Okay. So we are our commitment with climate change and sustainable development goals are very, very important. The last years we try to align our training in this aspect. Okay. So we organize 8 master's course science, about 8 advanced courses by year for professionals, especially for professionals, 2 cooperative research networks, European research projects. We are in 5 current ongoing projects now, and other activities. We organize seminars, congresses like this, different activities, okay? So if you go to assessment, the CO2 balance, exploring experience and methodology, and is in understanding our carbon footprint. So assessing this is an introduction, and then we go on side. Assessing the CO2 balance is a vital step toward understanding our environment impacts and taking meaningful action to combat climate change. It offers a clear picture of where we stand and what needs to be done to ensure a sustainable future. As I told you in the principle, the importance of training, awareness, and education for the next generation. The training importance, for example, at industry level, different industries have different carbon footprints. Training tailored to specific industries can help business understanding and minimize their impact. At the public level, educating the general public can influence consumers' choices, pushing industry toward more sustainable practices. Tools and techniques. We discuss various modern tools like carbon calculators, algorithms, modeling, everything, methodology and technology advancement that aid in calculating and understanding carbon balance. We talk about case studies, like we have seen many of this presentation. There is many case studies for farmers. This is very important. Incorporate real world examples where understanding and maintaining carbon balance made a significant difference. This could be in the restoration of forests, innovative city planning, or companies switching the sustainable practices. What are the benefits of training? At the informed decision making. With proper training, business can make decisions that are both economically viable and environmentally sustainable. We mitigate. Training can help business and individual foresee and mitigate risks related to climate change. And for future preparedness, as regulations around carbon emission become stricter, training will ensure business and community are better prepared. Awareness campaigns discuss the role of media like NGOs or grassroots movement in raising awareness, highlight successful campaigns that have brought about meaning changes. Incorporating carbon balance in education. This is the importance of introducing carbon balance concepts earlier in education curriculum to ensure future generations as well that will be well equipped to tackle climate change. As a conclusion, emphasize the importance of collaboration approach. Governments, business, communities, and individuals all play a role. With proper training and heightened awareness, we can strive for a balanced carbon cycle, ensuring a healthier planet for future generations. So let me give you an example. As I told you, CM is commitment for many years with climate change. And the last years, we organized many advanced courses like this, for example, on modeling, measurement, and mitigation of environmental impacts of livestock production system. This course aims to provide basic tools to assess the environmental impact of different livestock production system. This will be achieved by explaining the process and underlying carbon emission. So training with available free sources, modeling tools to estimate emissions at farm and regional scales. Next slide, please. With the collaboration with IOC, we collaborate a lot of IOC, organize many courses. Like Jaime said this morning, the mandate of IOC in the next 4 years will be climate change. Our mandate in CM will be the same. So we try to collaborate together to have the same object. We organize a course on olive growing and climate change, the importance of the climate change affecting the phenology of the plant, how we mitigate the plant, how we adapt the plants, the olives to the climate change. Next slide, please. We organized a course the last 2 weeks, a course on efficient water use in olive groves in the context of climate change. The course addresses how to use water efficiency in olive growing, adopt a recommended management strategy to prevent water losses in the field, and introduce innovative technology to optimize the use of water and other resources. This week in Farah, we organized a course on greenhouse gas assessment and mitigation in agriculture. This is the course provides knowledge on the process underlying gas emission and soil carbon sinks, measuring methodology and modeling tools in cropping systems, methods for rational gas emissions and mitigation. Options analysis will be presented and practicals in the same will be organized. This is very important. The course is running now this week, okay? So understanding our CO2 balance is crucial. It's up to us to take steps toward a more sustainable future. So I finished my presentation with 5 questions for debate. First one is, how does the carbon balance of local olive oil production compare to that of oil transported over long distance? How can modern technologies such as drones or Internet of Thinking devices assist in monitoring and optimizing the carbon balance in olive orchards? At the consumer level, would consumers will be willing to pay more for olive oil certified as having a lower carbon footprint? At economic implications, what might be the economic implication for farmers transitioning to more carbon neutral or carbon negative practices? And the last one is about carbon trading. Can olive farmers benefit from carbon trading schemes by demonstrating the carbon sequestration capacity of their orchards? So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ramsey, for sharing with us all these activities and putting these questions for the bites. I would suggest that now we hear Miguel Angel and then we go back to discussion, right? Juan Antonio? Yes, okay, perfect.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the invitation of the Olive Council. Give me this opportunity. Well, I belong to the University of Córdoba, concretely in the Department of the Rural Engineering, but also I'm collaborator with the European Conservation Agriculture Federation, ECAF. I'm going to talk something about ECAF. Well, ECAF is an European federation that that gather many national associations in Europe, not only in the European Union, also in UK, in Turkey, also in Russia, and promote conservation agriculture. Continue. Well, it's a non-profit organization, founded in 1999, and focus on sustainable agriculture. When we talk about sustainability, we talk about environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. And what we do, well, networking, advocacy, dissemination, demonstration, training, and project participation, project related with soil health, biodiversity, and climate action. Well, in fact, our president is the Professor Gottlieb Bass, is professor also in the University of Évora in Portugal, is part of the carbon removal expert of the Commission. Okay. Well, our goal is support the farmers in the transition to more sustainable agriculture. Oh, sorry. Back. Go back. Go back. Okay. Well, conservation agriculture is based on three interlinked principles recommended by FAO. Minimum soil disturbance in annual crop is disease we obtain with no-till system, with no-till seeder to disturb the minimum the soil. And second principle is permanent soil organic cover, mainly to protect the soil, but also to feed the soil with the carbon and nutrient of the residues. In annual crops can be obtained by the residues of the harvest residues of the previous crop, also with cover crops, and in woody crop with ground cover. We prefer we use the term ground cover instead of cover crop, because cover crop we prefer use it for annual crop, for between season of the cash crop, but it's the same. And also, well, ground cover is more like a intercropping that is related with the third principle, diversification in space with intercropping, and diversification in time with crop rotation. Well, from the environment point of view, conservation agriculture preserve, restore, and enhance ecosystem, including biodiversity. If we consider the four
factor of the environment. The soil, there is a reduction of the erosion. This is the main goal, the first goal of the conservation agriculture, the origin of why conservation agriculture was born was to protect from the erosion, protect the soil. But also that residue that protect the soil, we know increase the soil organic matter because of the residue. So improve the natural fertility of the soil, that healthier soil. For water, because the protection of the soil improves the infiltration, so a reduction of the runoff, like a first stage of the erosion process, reduce the evaporation and improve the water efficiency. In the reduction of the runoff, you have also nutrients that you can lose through the water and also through erosion, and that nutrient outside of our farm is they are pollutants instead of nutrients. So we improve the water quality of the water bodies. The atmosphere, in the atmosphere, you have a double way. On one hand, reduce in the greenhouse gases emission because of there is a reduction in the fuel consumption because of a reduction in the tillage, to reduce the tillage operation in the field, and reduction also in the greenhouse gases and CO2 equivalent associated to the input, and also the improve of soil organic carbon sequestration. Of course, this system improve the biodiversity because increase the auxiliary fauna, because in this system the fauna have more shelter and protection for increasing and also reducing the disturbance on the soil. You don't destroy the burrow, the nest on the soil, and have a positive effect of earthworm and bird. Finally, also the improving in the water quality also is good for water stream to big animal close to our farm, and there are a flora diversity. Well, economic and social benefit, because not only improve the environment but also the quality of life of farmers. Economic, because of the reduction in operational costs, because we have lower paths, reduce or try to avoid the tillage, and we have a fuel saving. In the long term, external input, and of course, well, labor saving because of we reduce the number of operations, and also we have the opportunity of better opportunity for operation, because if you reduce or avoid the tillage, you have a shorter window for sowing, and in the long term have a high and especially more stable yields. The social also, because this maintain the rural areas, because we have economic benefit. You have time saving, and you can dedicate more time for other activity. So that's improve the rural area dynamic and support the generational change, and protect the food security and soil health and food health. Well, we focus more in, we are going to see more in detail what is the potential for climate change mitigation of the conservation agriculture of the three principles. Minimum soil disturbance, on one hand, we have a reduce in field operations, so reduction in fuel consumption, reduction in emission. We avoid the breakage of the soil aggregate, so we limit the emission of CO2 and other nutrients in other gases. So we reduce the carbon footprint. The permanent soil cover, but in one hand we protect from erosion. When erosion, we also lost soil organic carbon, but we have an input of carbon and nutrient. Because well, after moving and during the decomposition of the biomass, we also improve, we release carbon and nutrient in the soil. That improves the soil organic matter. That also it helps because of the improvement in the structure, because of the diversification, because we have plants with different root systems that improve the soil structure and the soil organic matter. At the end, increasing the soil organic carbon in the system. Well, the adoption of CA, conservation agriculture, in Europe and other regions in Europe, in the world. In Europe, the fraction is quite still is quite low, about 6-7% of the cropland area. Other regions have higher fractions, such as South America. In Africa, also in some part of Asia, have problems with the access to machinery, especially for no-till system. And well, in Europe, it's more a question of mindset, mentality. Well, in Europe, Spain is the #1 in surface with under CA. Those are still all data of the reference. The reference is from the last year, but those are data of the 2019, and now has improved, especially with the support of the politics. I'm talking about the eco scheme that are supporting these practices that basis of the principle of the conservation agriculture. And now one data or some data in the last year, from the last year, have increased the area under CA in 1 million hectares in Spain. So easy, no-till system is about 1.4 million hectares, and in woody crop with ground cover crops, about 2.4 million hectares. So it's interesting. It's working. Okay. You working? Back. Yeah, you will focus on in Spain and in woody crop, exactly. We have official data from the Ministry of Agriculture of the government of Spain, and we see about the average is about 25% of the surface of woody crop in Spain have a type of ground cover. Usually it's spontaneous, but also inner cover, like pruning residues mulch. and very low fraction of seeded ground cover. In olive orchard, is higher the fraction, but the average is lower, I think, because of the vineyard. The vineyard area is very low, the fraction with ground cover. Here, in olive orchard, yeah, I told you it's about 30. Well, the production is, the official data are from 2021. We know last year, the production is about 30% of our standard year. But it's interesting that the fraction of irrigation in for mill olive is about 30% and higher for table olive. Well, the type of ground cover. Well, it's interesting that the area under olive orchard is increasing in Spain every year, but the fraction with ground cover is very similar, about 30.7%. We can see data from 2013 and 2021 in 4 years. Well, the spontaneous vegetation is the main fraction, but have increased the fraction with inner cover. In 8 years, has more than double the hectare with a type of this type of ground cover. Okay, now move on to explain.
Just can I make you a question, Miguel? When you talk about the inert covers, you talk about the prunings, residues.
Mainly raining,
okay,
but
so just sorry.
also the leaf and the residues of the cooperative. But they are very close to, but mainly is pruning residues mulch. Okay, now I'm gonna show you some experiment developed in collaboration with the IFAPA. IFAPA is the Regional Institute for Research and Training in Andalusia, research and training in agriculture. And we consider different type of species as ground cover. Gramineous, cruciferous. The spontaneous vegetation are considered as a control. Also in another field with leguminous plants, different type of legumes, and different treatment with pruning residues. All these treatment were developed in 4 years, 4 seasons, and well, not very far. 2 of them in the same experimental station, another in a commercial farm, but about 20 kilometers of the experimental station. Well, in the first one, we have the commercial farm. We studied gramineous, cruciferous, and spontaneous. As a gramineous, we use the species Brachypodium distachyon. It's interesting because it have a high self-seeding capacity of this grass, so it's been very studied. As cruciferous, we use that 2 species, Iruca vesicaria and Sinapis alba, because they were better provided better results in previous studies. I show you some property of the soil because it's important for the final discussion of the result for the 3 experiments. It's important to know the initial soil organic matter. The most is difficult to move from here. And the clay content. Clay content is quite high, about 50%. Well, what have we monitored? The biomass decomposition after the mowing, the mechanical mowing. How does release carbon into the soil and the final carbon sequestration in soil up to 20 centimeters. Okay. Well, Those are the results, but we know, especially Brachypodium distachyon, provide higher ammonoous biomass, and that was translated into higher carbon sequestration. Here in this graphic, we show how the decomposition of the biomass imply carbon releases. Is the idea that this morning was being indicated by José Alfonso Gómez. No? The biomass is important to feed the soil and increase the soil organic carbon. If we focus on the difficult with the most, definitely not. If you focus on the annual rate, the carbon sequestration rate, we know is between 1.5 and 1.98 ton of carbon per hectare and year. Okay. And the second experiment with legume, we have the soil properties have a higher soil organic matter at the beginning, that is important, and lower clay content. In this case, this experiment was developed in an organic orchard. So we wanted to evaluate also the nitrogen, and how different management of the ground cover can accelerate the decomposition of the residue and the mineralization, and the nitrogen could be more easily available for the plant. But the problem is after the moving and after moving plus one incorporation, we have no protection of the soil in this case. Could be insignificant for that point of view, that it's an organic farming, but reduce the protection. Maybe in flat olive orchard could be a possibility, knowing very steep slope system. Well, this really, it was not a tillage system. It was mowing plus incorporation, and compared with only mowing, leaving the residues on the soil. Well, the three species are typically typically used as ground cover: common vetch, bitter vetch, and hardy vetch. The result. Well, you have an average of the biomass. Lower biomass was found in the control, because of, well, the background of this olive orchard was the soil management years before was without ground cover, was bare soil with herbicide, and there was no seed bank in the field. So until the last year was scarce amount of biomass of the control. And we have, well, in general, lower sequestration rate than in the other experiment, in the other species, but also we have negative value because of control with low biomass and well, a tillage path with incorporation, but also we can lose carbon in our reference, that is the soil. But it's true that if we have enough biomass, but for instance, Vicia sativa in mowing plus incorporation, we have an interesting rate of 1.21. Now with pruning residues, well, in this experiment we try to reproduce operation that were standard in a commercial farm, although really that were developed in experimental farm. But we use different pruning residues treatment and compared with the control of spontaneous vegetation. The pruning residues well, we obtain on an average of the biomass per tree about, I think it was 10 trees, and we obtain the average of 3 biomass tree in the operation of the pruning. And we obtain 25 and 13.2 kilogram of dry matter in the per tree. This with the surface associated surface per tree is 2 meters because the chipping machinery have this width, so we consider a band or a strip of only 2 meters. So this is the in 16 square meter was considered our associated surface. And also what we consider treatment 1 with only fine residues lower than 8 centimeters, and if we have a more severe, more strong pruning, we can obtain also thick residues more than 8 centimeters. Well, the limit of 8 centimeters was considered because sometimes the chipping machine cannot, now it have changed, but years ago sometimes have a limit of the size of the residues to be chipped. And yeah, the treatment 1 and 2 was with the residues applied on all interrow, and a typical operation that is common in field is to use in the same interrow the residues of 2 rows of trees. This is the case of the treatment 3 and 4. Here we have the treatment with the dosage of in ton per hectare, with fine and treatment 2 and treatment 4, fine and thick residues, and a control without residues, but with spontaneous vegetation. Here the amount of the biomass is higher only in the 2 meters that we consider, but well, of course, the annual carbon sequestration rate were higher, between 4, 4.9, and 3. But we have to take into account that is in the area where the ground cover of the residues, the pruning residues mulch was established, only in 2 meters. Okay. Now, if we consider we have all the 3 experiments together, we can see, well, the gramineous and cruciferous, we have higher carbon sequestration rate, higher than leguminous plant, but we have to consider that the initial carbon stock was higher in the experiment with the leguminous, and well, the biomass was higher with grasses and crucifers. Well, we have considered here only above ground biomass, okay? That have been said this morning. The root system also have an important fraction of biomass. In case of grasses, it's about the ratio shoot root system is about 1, would be similar. And for cruciferous, well, depending on the species, but could be about 5. So it's about 20% more of biomass in the root system. It's an estimation, okay? Well, the main factor, the biomass, because the carbon inputs, the clay content is important, and the initial carbon stop, and of course, the width of the ground cover strip. Because,
Miguel Ángel, 5 minutos.
Okay, okay. Because when we talk about ton of carbon per hectare, we are talking about hectare of cover, no hectare of orchard, okay? Well, the clay is an important thing. The clay content is important because with more clay, more carbon sequestration. But when we check in the bibliography some meta-analysis, some review about differences between ground cover and conservation and conventional tillage, or conservation agriculture and conventional tillage, more different are found in sandy soil, okay, because the different are higher. Because with a bad practice with high clay content also can increase the soil carbon. Well, ecosystem services provided also for the ground cover, erosion control, and also how it had been told this morning is a via to lose soil organic carbon through erosion. And we have checked through a subjective method per sector. We have evaluated the soil cover. We show here the soil cover at the end of the composition period. That is a critical point, because it's usually in autumn is when the residues are more decomposed, the protection is lower, and in the Mediterranean areas, more risk of very erosive event. And here, the minimum proposed by FAO is for conservation agriculture is 30%, but we recommend a higher value, about 60%, to have the soil well protected. We can see how for gramineous and cruciferous plant, the value are higher than for the legume, because the legume have a faster decomposition because of the carbon nitrogen ratio. And with pruning residue, very high at the beginning, but with the decomposition is also the control can be also higher at the end. Now, a different approach. Now, those are the carbon removal. The previous that I have shown is carbon removal into the soil. Now, how can we reduce the CO2 emission? This is an ongoing project, Life Agromitiga. This is in collaboration with University of Córdoba, ICAF, IFAPA, the Regional Ministry of Agriculture, the National Association of Conservation Agriculture, the Spanish Association, and ASAJA, a farmers association. Here we want to know to calculate the energy consumption in the agronomic phase, that is in field operation, with the liter per hectare and of diesel consumed, and with a factor transformed into megajoule per hectare, and finally CO2 equivalent. The fertilizer and the plant protection product that we can obtain from bibliography. The irrigation with a formula taking into account the height, the power, and the volume, and the harvest transport, that in some references talk about 7–10% of the total emission. So in some result, well, this project has been developed in different type of crop. In case of olive orchard, we have different type. According to the plantation pattern, can be traditional, intensive, or super intensive. According to the water supply, could be rain-fed or irrigated with drip irrigation, and on the soil management, ground cover, or conventional tillage. We can see how in rain-fed we have only the traditional, and we have a significant reduction in energy consumed, about more than 25%. It's interesting to see how in the irrigated system, traditional have lower energy than intensive, and lower than is higher as the more the more intensive, the more consumption. And similar value are in case of CO2 equivalent, more or less similar fraction. If we taking into account also the production, in this case, no olive, that olive oil production, those are data of 3 year average. We see how the irrigated intensive more production was obtained with the conventional tillage, but we can calculate the yield scale. So how is the emission per kilogram of production, and we can see how the percentage of reduction with ground cover is higher, except in the case of intensive with the irrigation, is higher than the standard, the CO2 emission without consider the production. And thank you. That's all that I wanted to show. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Miguel Angel. It was really nice to see your approach on how, through a sustainable agriculture, we can increase the resilience of our olive orchards and that have a high potential for climate change mitigation through the increase of carbon sequestration. I must confess, I was really frustrated because my 30 years ago knowledge as agronomist, in my head, the leguminous were like the best for so it frustrated my ancient knowledge, but it was really nice.
No, in terms of soil protection is not the best, but to nitrogen supply.
And so and it was also nice to see how through carbon smart agriculture the trials you made on these the reductions. Nevertheless, if I may, I was surprised for such a small reduction, what will indicate in the traditional irrigated orchards in what refers to ground coverage and conventional tillage. Can you go a little bit further on that point, if you don't mind?
Well, I have not directly with this project, but I know in case of conventional tillage, the field operations are higher, but with the ground cover, you have to do the mowing. The mowing have a consumption also. Sometimes you need more than one mowing.
Okay. So just is surprising.
No, the higher fraction was the nitrogen. Sorry, the fertilization, the higher fraction of the total emission and the total energy. Field operation was second, and the third, the irrigation.
Okay, thank you so much. Just if you want 5 minutes to go outside and come in, and then we start the discussion if you want, okay? But please don't go away, okay? See? Okay, but no, don't go away. Just 5 minutes because you need to go wash your hands or something like that, and we come back, okay? Okay, I will go out to call you just for you to know if you're not all here in 5 minutes.
Okay, I think that we can start with the debate. We have more or less 30 minutes, but I think that I remember in this morning the question was: we need a model. We have a lot of knowledge about the flows, we have a lot of experience in several areas, but we need a model. And this afternoon, we have seen at least, if I am not wrong, three models for assessment or for estimate the carbon balance. So the first question for you from my side is, what do you think about this model? Are convergent? Are divergent? Have a minimum consensus? How do you think about this? This would be my first question for all of you. It's very important for us to know your opinion about this. And please feel free to ask another question for the speakers, or feel free to answer to me. So you take the floor, please.
Please remember to come here so that we can hear you better, okay? Introduce yourselves and make the questions you want, okay?
Bueno, una pequeña, a small detail that I would like to point out. The model that I presented is not a model of a process. It's a model of all the system of an olive grove. I mean, it's different. You make a model of a process, and you may even be more precise for that process if you want, because the other is a model that it's a global model. Okay, so there is many submodels that take care of the process. One of this submodel is, for example, the fate of the carbon in the soil. Another submodel is the growth and the amount of biomass that goes into, for example, the branches and the trunks and the woody organs. So the combination, the carbon that you account is not the main objective of this model. Okay, I mean, we can use that model to take what we are interested in. For example, the amount of carbon that is stored in the soil and so on. So it's not exactly the same thing. It's not necessarily a best solution to have a model, to have a complete model. And but in some cases it's better, because you have, in this case, you can, I mean, the effect of everything is taken into the account of that variable that you're interested in. In the other, you bet some, the other model, a more focused model, for example, is a number of variables that are where you connect to the effect of that state variable that you're interested in. I mean, it's different. In one case is more general and more universal. In not necessarily this is more precise. I mean, it's two different approaches.
Please, it's much better that you don't hear me. I'm sorry.
Yes, a comment to all the talkers of this afternoon. I really enjoy, because I saw same approach, different approach to the same question. But all the models, I wonder in how many of these models they have been validated. For me, validated don't go into discussions. For me, validated is I have used it here and I use it in a different situations without, tuning and how the prediction goes. Because to me, the key question in all this meeting is, are we capable to capture differences among farms that we have measured that they are different? That's my question. How many of them have been validated?
In the one case, they have been validated and trained by splitting the data set in 8% and 20% in the same two farms in Italy and Greece. So I believe that this should be further validated in more olive farms.
And it's important for us that all person in this hall keep in mind that we are in the beginning of the road, not in the final of the road. So it's important to keep in mind a little bit optimist approach about this, because it's true that we are not the solution today for this complex scenario, but it's important all people to keep in mind that we are in the starting point. Okay.
Just to a comment, corollary to what you just said, and to answer your question. In olive can, the submodel of growth has been well validated against our experiments and other experiments. The models of respiration of the aerial part of the organs, for example, to calculate the ecosystem respiration. The respiration of the various organs of olive have been calibrated and validated against some experiment that we made. Those that made the thesis of the PhD thesis of Oscar Perez, for example. The model, I'm all listing all the submodels of Oblican that are related to what I showed. Okay, the model of the fate of carbon in the soil has never been validated. Okay, so that's a part that must be. But the reason that has never been validated is that we didn't made that model for that specific reason. Okay, so we were not interested for another things that olive can has not is a good or whatever model of nitrogen. For example, the reason was that we didn't have to face with the model, to use the model to face problems of nitrogen nutrition of olives, because in our area were not very important or were less important than others. Okay, so there are some holes, okay, in that model that I show. For example, one is the validation in olive growth, that of the model of fate of carbon in the soil, or the organic matter in the soil. It's well done. I mean, it's quite, it's based on the model of Wang, I think, and it used, if I remember well, 3 different classes of carbon, organic matter, that are different that lasts different in the soil, okay, or resist more mineralization. So I mean, the model is quite top, but it's not probably, I mean, it could be improved, of course. Okay, other parts are much more cutting edge, and I don't think that need improvement. But in any case, I'm not selling here olive can to do that because like a finished product. Okay, olive can is never been and never be and will never be a finished product just because we are our knowledge is slowly improving. So we have to improve the model as our knowledge improves. And that's the fate of all the model. I think that all the models should be go through this process, infinite process. Okay, so that's the idea of I want to transmit. This is not something that is ready to use. It's something that could be and must be improved, especially in the parts that have not been. I'm not saying that they were overlooked. No, they were. They could be made better. Okay, that's the point.
Well, I don't know if we need the model. I mean, we are talking about model, but if at the end what the European Union want to certify and result-based idea means that we have to measure things, and according to the result of we have been measured, you can sell or you cannot sell. So theoretically speaking, and from that point of view, we do not need the model. We do need a methodology that we all agree how to measure, how to be sure with a certain degree of certainty that what we are measuring in the soil and the tree after 5 years or 10 years time span is done correctly or not. Theoretically speaking, we don't need the model. We need the model to predict, which is quite convenient for a cooperative of, I mean, I'm now thinking to Estepa. This is a cooperative, well, many cooperatives all together controlling about 40,000 hectares. And if they want to convince farmers of doing things, they need to say, we predict that if we do this and this and this and this, more or less in 10 years' time, we might have the opportunity to sell thousands of tons of CO2 credit. So the model is for predict. But if what the European Union wants is to a result-based thing, let's forget the model and let's go for how we can set up a coherent and scientifically based methodology to take into account the change in the stock of soil organic carbon in a given period of time.
Yes. Roberto, it's true. The model, in my personal opinion, is the basis for a tool. And our sector, the private companies, the farmers, I think that it's true that it's necessary a methodology, because the methodology is the theory, but the model is the inside of a tool, the basis, the pillar in over which built a tool for the private sector. So I think that we need to think in parallel a methodology that could be converting an algorithm that will be the basis of a model, and the model the basis of a tool. I think that, in my personal opinion, we need to think in an holistic approach and to work in parallel with the methodology and the both with the tool. For this reason, I asked directly for the model, because I think that it's easier to work only on the methodology. Is easier to work, to share papers, to share experience, to share results, and to write, and like people say, an Excel sheet support anything or support everything. But we need to develop a methodology to build an algorithm to validate on field the model and the tool, and then propose a final results to the sector and to the European Union. This is our utopic or not utopic objective for this workshop.
I'm sorry, but I cannot disagree more with both of you. Okay, both. I cannot disagree more. I hope that I show you that you can't do an algorithm without that averages or extrapolate something. I show you things that changed very little and gave completely different results. Okay, so this is the idea that I want to transmit, is that you can't generalize because the system is too complex. So the only way to do that is, do you want to that the kind of I mean, the problem is to define the effect in terms of tons of carbon of a change of, for example, of a change in management. Okay, for example, you take Oleostepa and not Oleostepa, sorry, Mr. Paco Victorino Vega, which is one of the associated to Oleostepa, has one plot with olives that I know very well. The thing is, I can do a simulation of this plot in 5 minutes. Okay, a simulation of 50 years with and without the changes in management that I propose to increase. And I get the difference in tons of carbon that I sequester with one or the other, being one the baseline or no. It takes 5 minutes. The only thing you have to do is to sit here and input some activity data. I'm speaking only on activity data, no, characteristic of the orchard. Okay. I'm not speaking absolutely about anthropogenic emissions. This model does not, the model of LeCan does not consider anthropogenic emission, only natural emission. So the anthropogenic emission must be added before, after that, but it's very easy to make a specific simulation of a given orchard with a given management, and it takes very little time. The only thing we have to do is to put the model online with a system, user-friendly system that can be used, and you can do it. Who can do it? I don't know. It could be someone of the COE, it could be one, whatever, I mean, or even the farmer. It is possible already to do that. So, and this will be this farmer with this specific plot of olive, with this management, with this climate. Okay, this is already possible. So I don't know why we have to do the errors that I showed.
Thank you. You said that we are in the beginning of the road. It's true. I will make an analogy with another group of researchers. Georgios is part of this group, is about genetic researchers.
Be careful, there are many online. There are many.
Yes, yes. We are about genetic resources. We are working together for many years, and it's very difficult to have the same results, the same markers, the same work, even if we are a group of experts which is working, because this is the science. It's evolving every day. So I propose that we must make from here, you are very optimistic. If we have a group of experts, and also in order not to have tools, to work on projects, to have the support of institutional of IOC, and also to have simple tools for farmers for other countries. We, for example, we have our software. What?
Our ancient soul.
No. I know people who are working with this software. We must validate it. The experts are here to tell us if it is okay or not. You are in pro with us. Gracias. Thank you.
I would like just to make a short comment also. The first question that Juan Antonio stated is there sufficient scientific consensus on the assessment of carbon balancing in olive groves? There are other sectors that already are ahead of us. I know particularly the forestry sector. Paulo knows it very well. I also talked with Paco that will introduce his model in one of these days. Maybe there are easier steps to go ahead. I don't know. I'm saying this as a discussion. Maybe we talked about here on 3, 4, 5 assessment models. Maybe I'm going to ask a question to all of you. Please raise your hand if you know others. Assessment methods for carbon balance in the olive groves besides the ones we introduced here. You do what I mean. That's why we ask you to be here. So maybe we could, during this, we would love to arrive to the end of this week, having you heard all of you. We really, really would like to hear you. I'm quite annoying in these things, but I normally pass the floor to everybody. So please don't hide, because I will sure you attack you during these days, okay? Because I really think that everybody has the right to talk, and everybody, nevertheless, you may think what you're going to say is nothing important. It may be important to the person that is on your side. So we would really like you to participate and talk. Nevertheless, maybe you're not a scientist, but you have the practical experience, or you're a farmer, or we would really to have you sharing with us your knowledge. May it come from your experience in the field or from your scientific knowledge. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a comment. The goal is to have a tool to know how many credit carbon we will have in an orchard. And you know, it's the diversity of orchards, olive orchards, is very high. And it's very complex processes inside. You know, we have the inputs and the outputs, and we look for the outputs to quantify this output. But the input can be different, and especially the system is very complex. It's very diverse. So we need models like holistic models, and inside other models that can assess the differences. And then if we have very reliable models, not percents at 100%, but 80%, it's really very, very good. So we can just know which input we have to change in this case
to have the best input at the end and the maximum credit carbon. This is the role of models, is just to simulate, because we cannot measure everywhere and all the time to know what we have to do in every case. So the models is, I think, will be and should be very interesting in this approach to simulate what the complexity. And the model, we will begin with one model. I don't know if it's the model spoke about or not, but it will change when running, because it will be improved, a lot of information will come, other knowledge will be raised, and so on. So this is the approach, but we begin with the model, we accept the errors of the model and the imprecision of the model at the beginning, and we can improve it after. But it's necessary for me to have this kind of approach to have all the complexity inside and to have simple inputs and simple outputs.
Thank you so much, Camille. Paulo? And then George. No, Paulo, pode speak, and then Georgios. Now I'm starting to like it. Everybody's starting.
Yeah, just some input to this discussion on models. The IPCC has something called the reporting guidelines for countries to use when they are producing the numbers of the emissions and the removals of each country. And there is what they call a tier approach. There's tier 1, 2, and 3. And the tier, and I think that's maybe a good way also to think about this when you go into a new sector or to try to refine your estimates, because the tier 1 is designed for countries that have no information systems or very few information systems. Basically, you need the area and a little more, and you are able to produce a number. Of course, that doesn't allow you to make very sophisticated analysis, but at least you have an idea what the emissions are in a certain sector, and you can start working from that. Then tier 2 is a tier 1 a bit more sophisticated, where you start replacing the defaults that some scientists found that were useful for everyone, and you start replacing that with information that is more local, national, or regional, and you start replacing this. And then you go to tier 3, which is where you have extensive monitoring systems, or you have very good models which have been properly calibrated for your country, and you start using the models to report. And that's perfectly okay that you use models to report, as long as they have the proper, well, a good model has good equations and it has good calibration. So if you can demonstrate that you have both, using a model is perfectly okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Just the models may also have a different issue, because if you usually models that have very detailed level of answers, they have a huge list of inputs, and so feeding the model may also be complicated. So there's also a balance here between having a very accurate model and then having all the information that the model will require to work properly. One last comment before I talk too much. Also the question you're making is, how much is my sequestration increasing or my emissions being reduced? Is not how much absolute carbon stock I have. So it's not so much that if I have 24 tons of carbon in my, or 24.1.568 now, that's not relevant. I'm interested in the differences over time, and usually models and even monitoring, the bias that you may have in those may be less sensitive when you're interested in the differences rather than when you're interested in the absolute numbers. So that there may be different ways of thinking about all of this. And it's not that you have to go for one or the other. Maybe for a farmer that has zero information, a kind of tier 1 where you say, okay, maybe your number is something in this range is okay. For people that want to go into carbon markets, this will not be enough, of course. They will have to be more sophisticated than this. And for them, maybe a properly calibrated model is an option, or a very refined monitoring system is an option. It's just a question of what works better in different scenarios or circumstances. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Paul. Georgios?
Yes, okay. I'd like to share a few thoughts with you. The first is that my central message in the presentation was not which model to use, but whatever model is used, if used, that we should have a lot of field measurements and data to support it and take decisions. So my focus was on the field measurements and the lab analysis and on the data, and not on which model is suitable. Another thought is that in which way we could go for this certification. Maybe an example that is used in Olivares Vivos about biodiversity is that the biodiversity is measured in the initial phase where the candidate farmer is interested. He does some interventions to improve the biodiversity, and after, in the end of the period, we measured again some key indicators. So this could be also taken into consideration also for carbon certification. To let's say take a soil sample and olive tree biomass estimation in the beginning, and measure again after a few years and see the difference. This is a very simple idea. Another thought is that this interesting discussion we had during the break, taking the forest as an example, that what also Katarina suggested, that there are some sectors much in advance from us. So we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. We should take this example that works and is accepted by the market and adapt it to the olive trees. Of course, it's a different thing to have an olive grove and a forest, but we can take this case and adapt it. I think it's easy to adapt it. A detail that Paco mentioned is that they measure the plant biomass and not the soil. So if the plant part is solved and needs only adjustment and customization for olive trees, the soil part could also, I think, in my opinion, easily developed. It could be just soil analysis or maybe spectral information well correlated with soil carbon, something similar as that. Just a few thoughts, but I think when Paco presents tomorrow, he can shed more light on this, and I think he wants to add a comment also. No, I'm running your presentation for tomorrow. I'm stealing information.
Okay, no, thank you. Yeah, let's explain a little bit. Let's share what we are doing on the forestry sector. Okay, we are trying to simplify. Then there is a state of the art which is developed during a lot of years, which is, you are all on the agronomy sector, the allometries. Yeah, every tree has been evaluated and calculated the biomass. Then the allometry is quite simple. You get it from the height, from the diameter. Then you adapt the allometry. Every forest research center adapt to the local characteristics and the soil. Then you have types of trees. Then the next step would be trying to digitalize the most precise way which is possible. Nowadays, we have a lot of technology to digitalize very easily, drones, but in the very coming years, we will have remote sensing with LiDARs, aerial LiDARs, and we will have all this information with a long tail. We will have digitalized data, a very right price, okay? Then, because what we need is accurate data. We need to be trusted on the market. If we want to put in value these stones, we need that the market recognize the value of these stones. Then the price will not be fixed, really, yeah, because every company needs a specific, how to say, needs to interact with the client, and the customer engagement in some cases is because of the trust of the information which is providing, okay? Then, if you have the allometries and you have the ability to digitalize the forest on a very economic way nowadays that we are doing, then you can go to tree per tree analysis. That's simple. I will show tomorrow, okay? Then, what you get from this digitalized data? You get the info, then the researchers, you come together. You can modelize, you can accurate this model. You can also determine additional benefits, but at least we concentrate on the, what is mean, the 20% which affects the 80% of the value added, okay? And then we go to the market and we put on the market the carbon credits from what we know, which is precise, and we, all of us, we recognize and we agree on. And that's what it's doing on the forest market. And even is going to be included this morning, mentioned Guido, on the ETS compulsory market. Imagine. That's one point. Second point, why we need to simplify? Because Guido mentioned this morning that the European Union is going to provide the baseline. It's going to create the standard baseline. Then my suggestion is that the olive sector, you create as soon as possible your baseline standard and go to the simplest way, which is the tree. Because if not, you are going to be, how to say that? You are going to be forced by an imposed baseline that perhaps is not yours, let's say, baseline. That's the suggestion.
Thank you so much, Paco. Anybody else?
Only one thing is I propose that anything go out to rest and we can continue with the workshop with the presentation for tomorrow. Is a joke, sorry.
No, we understood. If everybody wants to go, right. But anyone would like to make a, yeah, please come by. Our interpreters have to go. Yeah. Last question, okay? So sorry. We apologize. We're so sorry. Thank you so much for the interpreters for your patience, and we are so sorry. It's the last question, last comment.
Hello, everybody. I'm Pedro Hostos. I'm olive oil producer. I'm not an expert, but I really appreciate all the people, all the speakers today. But I would like to, if you allowed me, I would like to make a reflection from my point of view, because from my humble point of view, this have no sense if we don't apply to the human being, and all of us are person. So I think, I hope, when looking for a model, but not this kind of model. Of course, this is a technical model, but I'm looking for a conceptual model that everybody needs to know how to relation between every people and also with environment. For example, I'm not an expert, but I consider that we can divide every human activity between that activities that that follow the carbon cycle and those ones who don't follow the carbon cycle. So I think in concrete in our sector, we can make with our management to make that our activity follow that carbon cycle or not. So in my humble opinion, I'm looking for that conceptual model for citizen, because they have no sense if we can apply to improve our life. So thanks for your interventions, and I hope I help with my reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pedro, and for standing up as a farmer and to give us your opinion. So we'll keep on tomorrow. May you have a good night's rest or whatever, dinner, have fun. That's tomorrow. We'll be here at 9:30, okay? Sharp, because I'm starting to be stressed because we have so much to discuss and so little time. Okay, so see you tomorrow at 9:30. Bye.